How's everyone doing today? Sorry about that. I apologize for the delay. Uh, I managed to get that done a little quicker than I thought. I had to make a phone call during business hours. Good morning, everybody. I figured I'd do it now rather than at like lunch or something because I wasn't sure how long it would take. Smoother, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. What's the smudge on my screen? Oh, it's Gherkin. It is me. It is I, Gherkin. Morning, everybody. How we doing? I'm doing all right. Teleconference with Chemex. Is it Cemex? Cemex. I don't think it's a hard C. My energy levels are mediocre to say the least. Thoughts on 8K? Were you aware they weren't allowed to report votes greater than shares outstanding no matter what? I've never seen anybody report votes greater than shares. I think actually, maybe has anybody looked at Casa's 8Ks? I wonder if Casa's reported a large amount of the short position on their stock because they have like a basically non-existent free float. But yeah, they weren't gonna. I've been telling you guys for a while that they weren't going to expose the naked shorting. I said it'd be cool if they did. Really unlikely it was gonna happen. CEO is a pretty big catalyst. I haven't gotten to do a lot of research on him yet, but I will. My morning's going okay. They made me bleed my own blood. I already did that drawing for the stream card in the middle of the night when I couldn't sleep. My fancy French dinner wasn't very good actually. So what makeup have you got going on today? Oh, nothing. This is au natural. Maybe like one of your French dinners. No, I mean they're gonna try to like shake paper hands, right, and make it seem like we got bad news yesterday, but the fact of the matter is, like, our EPS was up 46%. You know, we had a like pretty decent quarter, all things considered, and a lot of this quarter, like a bunch of GameStops were still shut down due to pandemic restrictions. So, and then we got a CEO and a CFO, both former like bigwigs at Amazon. Um, Cohen's head of the board. I don't know how long. I don't know how much they can shake it. There'll be people that are scared by the news, but even the news cycle's been strikingly positive. So I don't think much is going to change. And we haven't deviated from our 4 hour pattern. Um, as I kind of predicted, like, just before market open in my, daily write up, like we have a nice little gap here that we can fill for the day back up to, like 310ish. Um, yeah, not particularly worried about it. Some people paper hand, but some moral buy-in because of the good news. Probably more than sell, right? I didn't even get a French dip, Curtis Maximus. Suspicious. Was that a short attack? What's your take on that? Yeah, it could have been. What about the ETF shorting? Is that what? See, I'm not sure about that because I'm not sure how many shares were still available to short in the ETFs. Did the Russell tank? Like that's the real question. Like, did the Russell 2000 just take a dump last night in after hours? Thoughts on the new 5 million share offering? I mean, it doesn't cover 140% of the float. So I don't. I mean, they're probably just gonna sell it to like ETFs. It'll be big blocks like last time. If anything, it'll statistically raise the floor of the stock again. They're gonna sell at what, 250 to 350, like in that range. Also, what's their have they filed the SEC paperwork for that yet? Even I'm assuming the hedges they have a conflict of interest. Just they're evil, not ignorant. Yeah. Oh, they just shorted the ETFs, not the GME inside them. Let's look at iShares. iShares came down pretty hard before close. Similar. not too not too worried about it. Whoa. So I think we could easily open and test 300 again. We might tank, but I still expect us to stay within our range on the 4 hour. So possible early morning low of like 248. GME filed the 424B. Okay. Thank you, Synthrum. Yeah, they could have. If they filed the requisite paperwork. But did we have 5 million in aftermarket volume? I don't think so. No. Nah, I don't think so. Dip prediction today? I just did that. So like 248. Pickle a day keeps the FUD away. Elliott Wave guys trying to big. I think I saw the write up already. I still just don't think Elliott Waves are real. Are you gonna FaceTime my mom tonight? Maybe. That would require me owning an Apple device, though. If you guys can, drop a like. It helps the channel out, especially early in the morning. If you haven't got a chance already, it gets more people in here, which gets um less people out there listening to FUD and bullshit. I've already seen some of it on YouTube. If you thought Super Stock was bad, as far as the fuddery going on, you should see YouTube this morning. Morning thoughts on the 8K vote count. And if there's an active SEC investigation, they're not going to report any evidence of naked shorting to the shareholders at the moment. Very interesting that there's an active SEC investigation. Very, very interesting. That would be the correct way to do it, right? If you had an overvote, would be to just approach the SEC and be like, here, is this my dedicated no FUD zone? I'm in. No, but probably better than listening to other people pontificate on what's happening with GameStop. Already hit that like button and gave Meatball a treat. Who the fuck is Meatball? Do you have someone in your house named Meatball? How long does the period of IV crush last? Does it take a few days, weeks? Usually until the end of the week. It's Mo Money's dog. Oh, okay. Why would I know that? You guys say it like it's so obvious. Like, oh, it's like Mo Money's. Like, what the fuck would I know? I've watched 5 minutes of his stream. I saw him feed his dog, but I didn't know his dog's name. Even if I did, why would I remember it after all this time? I have an IV crush on you. Thanks, Andrew Zimmer. I'm glad you're crushing on my implied volatility. Is Andrew Mo Money a shill? Yes, but not for the people you think. Just for himself. And AMC. Slow chat. Yep. Every day. I lowered it from 60 seconds to 45 seconds. Don't worry, character name. You don't have that much important stuff to say. I do, Doomslayer. So a few days ago I mentioned long whales don't want to buy the stock right now. And I do think they are far more likely to now that we have this beautiful new CEO, CFO team. Don't even start it, Sean and on. I'm liquid and ready to buy the dip. That's the hottest thing I've heard all day. Morning, Shane C. Ah, yes, Windmill McLaughlin. Say Jimmy hits 1 million shares. Would it be possible to buy $1 million put? I mean, probably not, right? Because, like, they're not going to write those options as fast as GME climbs at that point. So, like, the puts might be a lot higher than they are now. But yeah, potentially. Although I have a hard time imagining that, like, market makers are gonna take on 100 million in risk to write as like a secured put. This is it, everyone. This is the end game again. What's up, Peeler? Isn't the 5 million share offering kind of bearish? I don't think so. I mean, fuck, AMC released 200 million shares or 250 million shares before they even squeezed. It's not like we're doubling our float, right? It's only 10% offering. Also, we're about to get rebalanced this month, so I'm sure it'll just get snapped up by ETFs coming into the stock. ETFs are long whales that want to invest now, like pension funds and stuff, now that we have a CEO. How much is Steam worth? Way more than $2 billion. Danorama, officially in Danville. End of day predictions? They haven't even started yet, man. How am I supposed to know? It's ridiculous. Coffee and water. Yeah, my usual hydration station. End of 2021 predictions. Someone messaged me on Reddit last night. They were like, I've noticed you've been really right with your technical analysis a lot lately. Could you tell me how much GameStop is going to open at tomorrow? I have like $960 and I want to know how many shares I'll be able to buy. I shit you not. This was a real comment. End of decade predictions. Any chance of you doing today's stream entirely in Portuguese? Hmm. I'll think about it, Vanna. Nope, no info on when they plan to sell the 5 million. If I were them, I'd wait. In saying that in privacy. It was Cornub. I'd believe that. No offense, Cornub, but you say some asinine shit sometimes. I've looked at the AMC channel on the Discord, and it is a very silly place. In theory, is it possible to convince enough non-apes to purchase before MOASS and have them paper hand to the level required to save Citadel? No. I don't think there's enough shares around. I think already there's a very good chance that if nothing else was proved at the shareholder meeting, it was proved that Apes or retail owns a very, very significant amount of the float. Don't cut me out like that, bro. Or don't out me like that. Sorry. People need to know. That was an interesting open. 500,000 volume. Basically just traded at 280. Yes, ding ding. Yeah, I saw the Elliott Wave DD. I mean, it's Elliott Waves. I too can draw a bunch of lines that go places and then return from the places they came. DFV tweet. Who's got a fat cat stuck in a door. And then get them to the Greek? Or get them to the Greek? It's just like opening bell. And we're off. $220, $287 on the same candle. Not really. Ale. Can you tell me exactly what the lowest tip of GME will be in the coming century? I've got some pocket money I want to invest. Actually, I had a really long conversation with a friend of mine last night about the share offering, and I think we're pretty much on the same page about it. But I'll go into it a little later once some more people are in here. We put our tinfoil hats on and danced around it for a while. Insane amount of 716 800 calls. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Shockingly, IV is still really high. But for those of you that asked me yesterday about holding a call through earnings, I hope you made out like bandits. I only subscribe to Charlie Waves. Elliott Waves are the ultimate, like, Reddit, like, bait, right? Like, no, nobody on Reddit understands them for the most part. Even if they think they do, they don't really. And then, like, so people can just write about it and people are like, oh my God, that sounds like a cool thing to happen. I'm excited. And then they come in here and they're like, have you heard about Elliott Waves? Do you know what's going to happen when the next Elliott Wave hits 4 and the previous one hits 3? As we move into our ABCs, it's just ridiculous. You're in DFE's latest tweet. Fuck you, Moonwind. I'm gonna ban you for that. Elliott Waves predicted so many things at this point, it's not even funny. And they just wait for the next day, redraw them, and they're like, that's what I said was gonna happen. No, not Russell Brand. I don't wear hemp and talk about the corrupt government all day, do I? Oh my God. I think it was predicted 2012. The John Cusack movie? Nate Victor? How's the 3X Spy bullish doing? Better than the 3X Spy short, I'll tell you that much. Jesus, dear Lord. What the fuck is this? Where's the... Oh, goddamn. Alright, well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the spy. None of this is real. Spy new all-time high. Yeah, well, because why not, Victor? Here's the question. Is Russell Brand 1000? Did you say you ran into a friend who's a big-time hedge fund manager? He's not a big-time hedge fund manager. He works at like an investment research firm. Um I'm not even sure if they work with any hedge funds. He's essentially like an analyst though. He has an MFE, which is a financial engineering, master's in financial engineering. But like the company he works for doesn't actually invest in anything. But we just discussed a theory that I had. It's not like he gave me some inside info and I'm going to show you guys a text thread on it. Chill the fuck out. Chill confirmed. Sean Anon. He's been waiting all week to say that. They get paid. They don't get paid by hedge funds. I think they actually do like corporate investment research. So I think they work for like big corporations, telling them like finding them like good acquisitions, things like that. I know they do like a lot of property stuff. But he's really knowledgeable about like 8Ks and things like that. And SEC filings because that's like what he does all day. Is there any utility to having pre-aftermarket trading? Seems to be market manipulation time and only adds volatility. Um, there's arguments for and against it. I mean, you have to be open for the other markets, right? For like the European and the Asian markets. So, yeah. Could they get rid of it? Probably. No, they didn't find GME. He owns GME, like personally, but his company doesn't have anything to do with it. Sometimes I'll talk to him and just like bounce ideas off of him though. Flaccid, not cool. I don't need that song stuck in my head either. They're gonna, I'm gonna transfer like 10 of them probably over to Fidelity or something, or Vanguard. Find anything negative in the earnings report? Nothing particularly. It was good. It was like a 46.2% increase in earnings per share. It was actually a decent quarter. It beat all the estimates. Do you mind sharing my strike price? It's $35. They're right there on the screen. Kind of by my head right there. What's the matter with VIX? What's the mater? I don't know. It's tanking because the SPY skyrocketed. That's what's the matter with it. $1.5 million traded. I think we're gonna have kind of a low volume day, maybe. With like big, like low volume but big volatility. Bloomberg says Netherlands has 0.003%. That would mean that there's like 500 something million shares, 550, 560 million shares, Miguel Nunes. Is that what you're saying there? Right? Hold on, 1.2. 561 million shares in existence? Possibly. Thanks, Gemma. That's too much math for my brain this early. Singular VIX. I mean, yeah, when the VIX, if the market runs like that, yeah, that's not unusual for the VIX to drop really fast. As people are just bailing out of the VIX. That's all it is. Nobody like really holds VIX shares, right? Like some people do, but for like big funds and stuff, but individual investors just buy it if they think there's going to be a drop, and then they sell it if the market starts to skyrocket. I know, right? It's almost like stars burn brightest before they go boom. Buy the dip, you apes. Not financial advice. That would raise some bells at the SEC. Nothing raises bells at the SEC. That's see, you're operating under the false assumption that the SEC gives a shit, and they probably don't. They're also not they're not interested in criminal investigation, right? They're a civil they only assess like civil penalties. I might raise some bells at the DOJ. 560 million shares, but God knows that they don't work quick. If 560 million shares, 5 million is less than 1%. Yeah. I can't buy the dip any further. Well, you just gotta wait for a bigger dip, Stefan. It's a singular candle, even though there should be 15. What? Why should there be 15? No, the VIX doesn't. So I think the VIX trades from 9:15 a.m. So this is just like, or 9:30. Yeah. So it's just market open. This was all market open. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know. That's weird. Oh, okay. There should be 15. I have no idea. Weird misprint or something. Let me update Reddit real quick. Reddit updated. Remember, if you guys have questions, at me, please. Just think of the after-hour activity shortly after close, bouncing around from 303 to 279 to 310 in a few minutes was nuts and quite the battle. So, the low liquidity in after hours and low volume means that like the volatility is much higher, right? Especially if there's like a demand on a stock. And the bid ask spread at some points during that period you're referencing, Jacob, was like $7. So that's what you were seeing is the price bounce between the bid and ask as that range kept expanding. VIX got halted? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, there's just a delay on the VIX. So this is 930, 932, 933, 934, 935, 936, 937. So this is, yeah, this is just one candle. Thanks, Pickle. I'm out. Can't watch today. Be well. See you later, M-Dub. Have a good one, man. SSR 270, 230. Yep. Yeah, SSR might actually already be triggered. Is it? Let's find out. Yeah, it's already on. Yeah, VIX is delayed. I always forget that because I don't really ever watch the VIX itself. I usually just watch ETFs that track it. But yeah, if you're watching like CBOE VIX, it's gonna have a delay. Are we gonna dip to 100? Very unlikely, Afeka. Bull flag complete? We'll see. But it looks like it, yeah. It looks like our consolidation came a bit early this week. But that could change because of volatility today. You talking about the share offering? I did, Sophist. Not a big deal. Oh man. What did you dream about last night? Did I have a dream? No. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I saw the Elliott Wave TA on Super Stonk. Giving us the last big hurrah before margin call. Possibly. It's gonna be a wild ride. I mean, by bringing the price down, right, actively, uh, they're gonna make some investors like they're gonna definitely shake some paper hands, right? Especially people who FOMO'd in at like 280, 290 a couple days ago and enjoyed that wild ride like almost to 350. Like those people are probably pretty easy to shake at this point. Anybody kind of uninformed or Especially, it's like post earnings. So anybody who doesn't understand earnings, but our earnings were positive. There was like no negative news really, right? Opinion on the 50 million vote count. I mean, it's a lot of votes. I'll say that much. 100% of retail did not vote, right? So that's a lot of votes. What's the point of life? Uh, WeBull halted? No. 268. Oh, 1. Let's see if we hold the 270 resistance. One post that last year's vote had a statement of total votes. That this one was missing in the documentation for this year. You think there's more to that? Probably. If there's an active SEC investigation, they're not going to give out any information that's under investigation, right? They're not going to make that information publicly available. It's kind of like when the cops are solving a murder, they don't tell the press exactly what happened, right? Because keeping that information private can help them like solve the case faster, right? If the public at large doesn't have some information, also can like lead them to the guilty party. So it's kind of the same thing, right? That's kind of what I thought, Obi-Wan. Explain Bollinger Bands again when you get a chance today. Maybe. Yeah, I might. If we're like maybe in the afternoon or something, Aaron. Just ask me again a little later. Chris Robinson, no. No what? I'm just saying no. This is my unsubscribed account. My subscribed account is the other one, and any chat entry never makes it into the stream. Huh, weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I'm not seeing you on the other account. But you're showing subscribed. Like, it's showing you're a member. Willie. MVIS running. Cool. The worst part of coming to your stream is that the top recommendation is Mo Money. That's a possibility, Sahib. Unlikely because I think the short interest is too high. But that's like the trend we're on, right? That's what Tesla did. Actually, uh that like upward growth, that's kind of what Tesla did for a long time. Less volatility in the pattern, but conflict of interest much. I mean, that's all of Wall Street is a conflict of interest, along with the SEC. Let's talk about how every employee at the SEC has worked or will work for a hedge fund. How do you regulate your friends? Is this the last dip before launching to 350 by the end of the week? I don't know, man. I didn't. No, probably not. We'll probably just trade sideways or down for the rest of the week. Why? Because Elliott waves are only right like 10% of the time on this stock. So Sonny Rubber, just because it's becoming less and less effective doesn't mean they can't do it, right? It just requires more to do it. And then also, you're gonna have like there's definitely paper handing in this, like, from close yesterday till now. They're like people FOMO'd in at like 280 that know nothing about the stock, right? Because like they saw some article that it was gonna squeeze. And now it doesn't look like it's gonna squeeze to them, so they're selling, right? Are they buying or selling real shares? Pretty unlikely. And the like inability to sell short is already like predicted into like the model we're looking at, right? Like it's all part of this. We are still well within range. Okay. So we can reach either one of these resistance ranges without this model failing. And we're doing great. A&R put their pickle in jar. Thanks for the wrinkles, my man. Awesome job. Thanks for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. Awesome you. Are you still expecting 338 end of week? Maybe. It could happen. But maybe not because of earnings. Like earnings is like considered like since the earnings report is having a negative effect on the stock, that can definitely affect like the growth for this week. But do I think the growth is going to continue? Yes. So we may end up like short of that target this week, but I think we'll still continue in the same formation regardless. We're at max pain. Ah, yes. Yeah, overt manipulation and and Elliott wave don't really work well together, Keister. Is max pain 240? I have no idea. I haven't even looked this week. I knew we were above it. Now we're closer to it. I thought the float was 70 million. No. No. Shares outstanding is 70 million. The float is 56.59. I can't donate right now, but you're the man. Thank you, Danorama. You're good, dude. Don't worry about it. Thank you. The TA beef is hilarious. I don't think there's any beef. It's just like Elliott waves. Elliott waves are really only effective on certain stocks. Like, and the stocks they work on well, they work on really well. But Jamie is not one of them. I mean, every week they're like, "Oh wait, I was wrong. That was a 3, not an A." And it's just like, dude, give up. Pick a different like method of TA to analyze the stock, like something better or more accurate on this particular stock. You know, it was just I don't know. What do the purple lines mean? They are the support and resistance for the channel we are trading in currently. Sean and on. This is correct. The 55 million was, yes, I know. It's also 99.6% of the total float, though. TR. We haven't seen prices this low in 4 days. Yeah. Russell 1000. I've answered that question a lot, Greedy, but not a like there won't be like a huge effect. We'll get some volatility. Overall, it'll probably be positive. I mean, I don't know if the dip's psychological warfare. I'm not feeling my PTSD getting triggered. I would say it's just a dip. It's just a dip. No big deal. I can't believe so many people are taking notes. I find that impressive. I can hear you now, Windmill Willie. You're back. Stick it one in the jar for Danorama. You can get the next one. Thanks, Ape Angel Fire. I appreciate the donation, dude. Who would you rather fight? AMC Shills, Mr. Elliott Wave, the creator of Elliott Waves. Can I fight all of them at once? Lack of announcements, rage, transformation of the company. I mean, Cohen's statement was like pretty forward leading and positive without being forward leading. Yeah, I can see your messages, Windmill. Hello. Yep. Tag message from your iOS device shows up as well, man. I think I'm gonna start cross streaming on Twitch just so I don't have to like do so much tech support for iOS devices. I know it's just the one guy, but I already feel like that's too much tech support for me. Are you surprised Adam Aaron's announcement? What was his announcement, Doomslayer? When you say the float is 56 million, you're including institutional owners in it, right? Yes. Wait, no. Um, hold on. I don't think so. I don't have it listed on here. I think institutional owners over a certain percentage aren't included. Over 10%. So like BlackRock wouldn't be included. BlackRock's included in the shares outstanding, right? Some institutions don't own enough for them to be counted as like counted out of the free float. Did you read Crayons, DD? I don't even know who the hell that is, Ibia. No, I didn't. AMC float or something. You know why it's having no effect? Because retail just owns the float. But, like, the short interest is very nominal. I told you guys, like, weeks ago that retail had begun a process of just stealing each other's money. And so you're telling me Adam Aarons confirmed that? The stock went from, like, $10 to $70. They covered. They very likely covered. Bro, Crayons is a top poster. See, your assumption with saying that is that I care. Crayons is the Elliott Wave guy. Oh, just more Elliott Wave shit. Okay. T plus 21. X. T plus X. Let's just say T plus X. No, Sherman can't sell. He's a board member. He wrote Danger Zone, the T plus 21 DD. Okay. Well, that's cool. Good for him. Schmiggity, thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. Expound a little more on that thought. Which thought? You gotta be more specific, man. I've probably read his DD before, but I don't remember his name. He's not the Elliott Wave guy. Okay. FTD legal person. According to the AA tweet, there should be 650 million shares owned total, meaning around 150 million shares are shorted. Why would he tweet that? So all of a sudden people trust things Adam Aarons says now? Wait, so there's a 5 million dilution coming in. When was this announced for the smooth brains? Can someone explain the impact of the dilution? And not much. I mean, it's less than 10% of the free float. And who knows when they're going to sell it. All right, T Walker. I'll see you tomorrow, man. He's the number 2 guy behind Adobit and good DD. See, VT int 1. As far as I'm concerned, I'm the number 1 guy for good DD. And then everyone else is second or lesser place. Yeah, I'm supposed to know all of Supersonic's 400,000 members. Your chat is full of shills today. Apparently. I heard Ryan Cohen's dad is out of bit. that wouldn't work. What's up, Mohammed? Buckle up. I get a lot of this, like, this mentality that because someone has written a DD that people have upvoted, that I am supposed to like it and respect the information they've given me. And that's bullshit. I don't have to like anything because other people like it. Yeah. I don't trust other people's DD. People get really fucking mad about it too. It's funny. Like, I would say most of my death threats are because, like, someone asked me a question on here, and I was just like, I don't care about, whoever's fucking DD. Like, I'm not properly bowing at the temple of, random Redditors. I love Super Stonk. I love Apes. But everyone should question my DD too, right? Just because I have faith in it doesn't mean anybody else should. Just got on. I wanted to ask you about the vote count. Oh, God. Okay. So if you just got on and you're addressing a thing that has definitely been addressed today, just rewind the stream. Start it from the beginning. They wouldn't show an overcount because of the liability. I used an analogy earlier, like if detectives are investigating a murder, they don't give all the evidence to the press, right? Why don't you know? Jeremy, any theories on why they haven't been dumping the price after hours all along? Seems like it's cheaper and more effective. It's not always easy to do, right? There's still, to sell shares, you still have to have a buyer. So, like yesterday after hours, there was a lot of interest, right? Because it's earnings day. That always happens on earnings. There's always a lot of like after hours, like a lot more after hours volume and interest. Thank you for the donation, by the way, man. I appreciate that. Thanks, Aaron Botti. My GG shorts must cover. Is that the whole DD? I like it. I'm bullish as fuck on that DD, Jonathan. Most of my death threats, yikes. It's whatever. Bad language alert, new early record. The more comfortable I get doing this, Dr. K, the more likely I am to curse. Can you tell us? So I was gonna wait a little longer, although we do have a lot of people in here right now. I'll wait a little longer to discuss that. Just so I don't have to answer 1,000 questions on it throughout the day. Do you love Apes or Pickles more? Apes the most, considering I do like 60 hours of essentially free work for them every week. Pickles don't require that much work. Pickles are easy. I'm not swayed by hype at all. Unless it's like hype I've created for myself. In which case, I love it. How dare you have your own opinions and not agree with others, DD? I know, right? That's true. Goosebite dropping the hot pro tip. If you rewind the stream but still want to participate, click the settings button and set the speed faster. Eventually you'll catch up. Elliot Bot said 368 today. Elliot lied to me. We could still go up. I don't know if we'll go up to 368. That's a bit of a reach. But it could happen. So I did have French food. It wasn't good, but only because the delivery driver dropped it off, didn't call me, and then didn't like end the delivery in the app. So I thought he was still on his way. And then by the time I realized it was already here, it was cold. A well thought out DD on the pros and cons list of being a billionaire. Will you update my post? Absolutely, Andrew Zimmer. Crandy is cool, but I follow him before I ran to Gurk. Bro is wrong frequently. Gurk don't miss. Gurk doesn't miss. I like the things you're putting down, Fibs. 313.50 is a danger zone with yesterday. It seems plausible. Yeah, I mean 310 could be a battleground. I think it was more a battleground to keep the 300 options in the money than anything else, or in the money or out of the money than anything else. Yeah. Usually that's reflected in the price afterwards. So that is some of the dip we're seeing, as the announcement of a small dilution. But I mean, this happened the last time they announced a dilution, right? We dipped, and then we went up, and then they sold a bunch of shares at 157, and that just priced the stock, like the floor of the stock, higher. Remember that 157 support? If you guys remember that, like, that support resistance was like almost unbreakable, right? We dipped below it, I think, twice in like 3 weeks. And every time we dipped below it, we bounced right back over it. If you guys remember this. And like, if they sell, 5 million at 270 or 275, that's our new like institutional floor for buying, right? That's now where the market values the stock, which is huge. And then I have to do a bunch more TA, but we'll see when they sell. They'll announce when they've sold it all. Yeah, I heard. That's a very roundabout way of tanking one stock. But GME's not on the Russell 1000. Wait, hold on. You mean the Russell 2000, Samuel? So you're saying I'm supposed to know what you've addressed while I'm not here and telling me to rewind, so I can't really respond. Well, if it's like a long drawn out question that was obviously a topic of the stream already, I don't want to reiterate it for everybody's in here, right? Like if it's like a 20-minute answer, and then everyone who's been watching, and then I have to reiterate it for every single new person that comes in, Aaron, that would be ridiculous, right? But I can say like, oh, we already discussed that, and you can like rewind and check it out. That seems perfectly fair. Like not only fair to the live viewers, but fair to the people who have questions that are going unanswered. I'm not here for your DD. I'm here for the green pickle character drawings obscuring the graph. Not yet. I haven't drawn a pickle yet today because I haven't. I don't want to manipulate anything just yet. That's the less massive shorting of all ECFs continuing. I just answered that. I'm looking at CLNE chart, senior pickle. CLNE down, right? Just downtrend, probably break up at some point. Oh, that prison break. Where is it? Wait for it. Are we still up on the week? I think we might still be up. Yeah. I mean, we're still up $22 on the week. Or more. I think we started the week at like 242, right? So like $30. What's the lowest you see us going if we dip more? The bottom of that bottom resistance line. So today that's anywhere between 247 and like 250, 250. That's like the range, I think, for any like the max range for any dip. The Elliott guy said dip to 220 is possible. Thoughts on the possibility of a 220 dip? I don't care what the Elliott wave guy said. Sleep and Snorlax. No, I don't think we'll dip to 220. That's a bit unreasonable. It could happen if we break through that lower resistance, but that lower resistance I think is going to be pretty strong. What's the common resistance currently? Right now 270 is the resistance we're like chopping at. What are your thoughts on the vote count? I don't think 100% of retail voted. I think the vote count was very, very, very high, given the float. Do you know what happens with the shorted Russell 2000s when the GME goes to Russell 1000? They have to do a share recall, which will be interesting. This is going to be a crazy month. There's a lot going on. You talk about GME, whether it's a good stock or not. I already answered that, Sebastian. Like 248 to 252, depending on what time of day we dip. If we dip. What do you think the new resistance is? That's the bottom yellow line, Courtney. Remember, guys, at me if you want me to answer your question, please. Yes. Could be a double bottom. On the 5? Yeah. Let me update Reddit real quick, guys. It's almost like it's still doing the pattern you said it would. Still do, or something weird. It's like everything looks fine. I know everyone's like freaking out, but don't. Everything's fine. I think they have a monetary cap, Jason, on how much they can raise. So if they did it during the squeeze, they wouldn't have to sell as many shares. Other wave guy said dogs can't look up. What? Can you zoom out a bit and show the new lines? This is it. There's no new lines. I drew this like a while back. A couple weeks now. French food was not good, Jimmy Guevara. Still building expense from extremely important question. Share recall if Jimmy ends up in the Russell. Yeah, if it moves up, there'll be a share recall of the Russell 2000 ETFs. Who determines when you're assigned on an option? The price. I did a pour over on ice rather than cold brew, and I have to say I do prefer hot coffee on ice over cold brew. Boom. What are you going to school for? I'm getting an MBA MFE. But I don't start until this fall. George. Current espresso machine. I missed your mention the other day. Also, where do you get beans? Is Redbird in Montana. Looking at Chris Coffee next. So my machine is from Chris Coffee, but I got it from some guy on Craigslist. It's a Quick Mill Andrea. And then I just get beans from this like dude who's next to the post office by my house. Who like roasts beans in like a garage. He's a good roaster, but he's an asshole, and I hate talking to him. Every time we break a resistance, does it become a support? Not necessarily, but yes, technically. It's just that like a support has to prove itself by supporting, right? And a resistance has to prove itself by denying. So usually they have to be tested before they're confirmed. but they're really easy to figure out. It's usually anywhere where there's call options of importance or reasonable, like especially on stocks that have options. On stocks that don't have options, it's a little more erratic. How do we get Russell 2000 then? Like part of the reason why Bullflag didn't reach the upper trend line this time because they've already started selling those shares. Possibly. But the Bullflag, like the price increase from this week was still greater than last week, right? Like the peak of the price increase. I haven't given you the attention you deserve today. Please forgive me. You're beautiful. You're the best. Thanks, Pickle Juice. Some pickle drawings going. Ivy came down a lot. Yeah. If MOASS happens by then, would you still go to school? Absolutely not, Schmiggity. Bristo, thank you so much for the donation, dude. You're the best, man. I appreciate that. Bristo just drops fat donations in here every day. I love this guy. Thank you for the support, dude. Is this just another bull flag? Looks like it, doesn't it? We usually consolidate on Thursday and Friday. I don't know if that pattern will change this week. We may just have like kind of a shittier week than we expected due to the the shareholders meeting definitely changes some fundamental things, right? Anytime you have a fundamental change, that's going to affect your TA, but I don't think it's going to affect it much. Do we have to, when we hit the numbers for a margin call, do we have to close at the number or just reach it at whatever time in the day to trigger? That would depend on the share lending agreement, which we don't know. If the Russell change could trigger a share recall, is it possible that short hedge funds will use as much short ammo as possible to keep the price down and thus off the Russell 1000? Aren't we already above, like way above the market cap for the Russell 1000 though? Joe Valente, thank you so much for that donation, dude. That's super huge. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Donated to your amazing mod. Figured I should donate to you as well. Thank you, Sherlock Home Pickle. I appreciate that, dude. As I'm sure Zakir does as well. Soon may the tendy. Volume's a little crap, yeah. But it's not, I mean, it's not that bad. Like, we're almost at 4 million now. It's low, but steady. Yeah, so we could start the next one later today or tomorrow. Stephen Daniel, that is possible. Every Friday we will close 20 bucks up. Probably. It's been increasing, so it's like 20 plus, but yeah. Like every week it's slightly more than the week before it. Gordon Elliott Wave guy were right, and they fist bumped us on the way. Why is 157 bold? That's the last time GME sold shares, and that's the cost basis for the shares they sold. Spinkover. Flaccid peaks. Process 3.5 million sold during the wedge in hindsight. Yep. Support 270. Sell the shares then 2+2. The shares would be unsettled. No, you have to wait to sell the shares. Otherwise, you'll get a violation. Good faith violation. They should warn you if you try to go sell them. Like, warning, this could cause a good faith violation. You don't want one of those. They'll suspend your trading for 90 days. Stocks of the Russell 1000 index had a weighted average market capitalization of 446 million, meaning a market capitalization of 12.9. Yeah, we're at like 15 right now, Lazy Weasel. Thank you, Elena. I appreciate that sentiment as well. Will dividend announcement trigger MOASS? Could. Although a bit late for one. You think they would have announced it already. 35 on 28. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that, man. If you guys haven't gotten a chance, drop a like. It helps us get noticed. We got a lot of viewers in here. So if you guys could do that. And then if you want to see more of our content, subscribe. Because that'd be super dope. And then you'll know when I come out with cool stuff. Thanks, been most unproductive months of my life. Thank you, Kim Sim. I'm glad I'm keeping everybody very unproductive. Nothing much, Agent Evan. Likely is that the vote total is audited lower as to prevent triggering the MOASS so the government can have more time to prepare. It's possible. It could just be that they don't want the fraudulent votes counted as they're part of the investigation. Like the naked shorts. Or they have to determine what part of the vote is like synthetic longs, right? So if retail owns 100% of the float, that means that anything over that is like a synthetic long, right? And so if these voted, these aren't like real votes, right? So these would be fraudulent votes. These shouldn't exist but they do because of synthetic shorts, right? So all these votes coming from IOUs can't be counted as part of the actual vote, right? So that could be why we didn't see like the numbers we were looking for. Morningstar just updated GME valuation to $315. Are you shitting me? Is that $300 over their previous valuation? How far back do I set the resistance lines? Depends on what I'm plan on doing with the stock. Like long-term investment or like just trading it? I'll look for long-term trends, 6 months, a year. Picture the upcoming beauty line. Fugazi. Updating around 145 recently, but yes, 315. I know what it means. DFE tweet. I know we're dipping. Training day. That's it? Just okay. DFE's doing some lazy tweets today. But where'd it go? There it is. 262.50. Keep dropping. I will be less than 100% profit. I will not stand for it. Ooh, the spy's coming down pretty hard. I like it. It's a crash market. Halt? No, not halted. We're not getting short. It's market pressure, possibly some short selling. We're about to bounce on my favorite purple line. Tarek, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. If you need any help getting into the Dillionaire Country Club, DM me over on Discord, and I'll give you a hand with that after the stream. Blatant market manipulation. They could be. Win 290.01. Oh, we will revisit it. It's 280.01, not 290. What if we break through the purple line? Then we go lower. This purple line going sideways is not indicative of actually where it is. Like if you got to here, the purple line is still pretty far away from us. If you haven't already, can you talk about them short? I already talked about it, but I don't know. Shorting all the ETFs last night doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know how much of that theory holds water. Well, I know what trading day is about. I see what you're saying. Guys, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, dude. I appreciate that. Time to hear your theory on the shares being sold. Okay, so, uh, is it? Their offerings forever. I mean, they want the price of the stock to go up, leftover beefcake. It's not in their interest to drive, like, keep the stock price steady, right? They want it to go up. They want to offer splits. They want to grow the company. They don't care about just getting $2 billion offerings all the time, right? Like if they want to be like an e-commerce powerhouse, $2 billion should be a very small amount of money compared to like their potential earnings. It's an awful lot of just how many is it, Bo? You didn't even tell me how many dislikes. You just said it's an awful lot. I'm seeing could be Jimmy selling. It could be. They could be selling the shares already, right? They've already once they announce it, then they can sell them. I'll change my dislike to a like when you make the price go up. $12. We should drop to 200 today. Sentiment changed. I don't think so. SEC isn't looking into GameStop votes. There is a current active SEC investigation. I think that people are angry that I didn't like know about the current trendiest DD poster. I don't know anybody over at BlackRock, Leju. I'm also definitely not a YouTube star. I'm on YouTube. Star is a bit far-fetched. But if you guys subscribe, who knows? The sky's the limit. Maybe we could get Ken in for an interview. I might have to go back and change some of my previous things, but then we can ask him where the fuck our attendees are. Thanks, Andrew. Influencer. YouTube D-list celebrity. Get that pickle drawing. I'll think about it. Yeah, tweet memes. Because they can't talk about that stuff. That would be considered like market manipulation. London. That's what like that's the kind of shit Elon got in trouble for previously with Tesla. I'm glowing. So this is kind of what we discussed. We discussed like the ongoing SEC investigation because that was curious, right? Not only for GameStop to declare that was odd, right? But then also um the 5 million number was really interesting as well. So they don't need to tell us that there's an SEC investigation, right? Like that's not like a requirement for them to notify us about that. So there's a reason they said that, right? Because it's something they can say it's going on in order to let us know that the information we're receiving is incomplete, right? So it's them trying to tell us that the information, in a way, they're trying to tell us the information isn't complete. And then the 5 million share offering, like, so someone actually brought this up earlier, and we kind of talked about this. There's like 0.4, hold on. My Epic Pen's trying to do fucked up things again. 0.3% of GME shares are held in the Netherlands. And that's like 1.3 million shares. And so that means that the float, like if you do the math on that, the float is like 561 million, right? So a 5 million offering would be 1% of that. And so we kind of speculated that like maybe they chose 5 million. Well, 5 million is also 10% of the known float, right? But they possibly chose the 5 million number in relation to the SEC investigation, because if the stock is naked shorted 500%, right? Or 1,000%, then the SEC may have recommended that they hold 1% of that total for MOASS, so they can break the squeeze at the top. They won't be able to break it, right? Like they won't be able to break it during the run up with 5 million shares, but they can end it with 5 million shares, right? So like if the short interest, so we like talked about how if the short interest falls under 100%, then we'll start to like reach our peaks. When it gets down to about 50%, they could release those 5 million shares to end the squeeze, which not only protects like the global economy, but also, you know, the company can make a shitload of money. The max they get per share is 255. No reason to sell those shares in the MOASS. So they're only allowed to sell for but if they have 5 million shares, right, and say the share price is trading at 10 million a share, right, and they're only selling 1.2 billion, they only have to sell like 100 or 120 shares. So, and then they don't dilute the float as much. Where can I find the short interest? The reported short interest should be available on FINRA's website. Yeah, there's no cap on the amount they can sell the shares at. So, like, the higher they sell them, the fewer they have to sell. No, it won't stop the squeeze, but it can relieve pressure. Don't jinx it. No, but say we hit the peaks, shares get sold, right? And we're coming down, and then it just locks up. There's no more shares available to cover, right? No more retails being sold. Say it like hits 25 million, right? And then it comes down to like 5, and then it just plateaus here. And like it's just completely locked, right? This is so the Volkswagen squeeze locked on 14% short interest, right? And Porsche had to release shares to end it. So like if this squeeze locks up on the downside, like GameStop's gonna have to, like, they're gonna want GameStop to be able to do something about this, right? You also, yeah, I know you can't show an overvote in an 8K filing. Yeah, 1.2 billion, I think, was their how much they can make. Well, I don't think they're gonna sell 120 shares at 10 million, right? But I think if the squeeze locks up, it's good for them to have shares that they can move. Like, they don't want to go into a potential short squeeze with no available, like, with no announcement for shares whatsoever, right? GME doesn't want to. I don't think GME can stop it from squeezing to the levels we discussed. I think they don't want it to lock up. So, like, when people talk about, like, that infinity squeeze thing, right? They don't want that to happen ever. That's bad for everybody, right? Yeah, they can sell the shares below the current value too. They can sell at market. Whatever market prices the shares at, that's what they can sell at. But if GME knows, like, so Ryan Cohen said, buckle up, right? And like, that doesn't mean shit, right? It's just like another possible tweet type meme. But it also means that, like, if they're expecting a squeeze and they go into that squeeze with no shares to sell, right? They have no shares going, like, as of before yesterday, they had no shares. So if the stock began to squeeze and they had no shares available to add to the float, no announcement, during the squeeze they would have to announce it and then begin selling, right? But this way, if we go into a squeeze, they have shares that they can release if they need to. Their motivation is still to get the shorts off the stock, because ultimately that is what is going to help GME realize its actual market value. Because currently the price is still manipulated down. Yeah, right? They didn't outline a max value for those shares, Jamo. Oh, yeah, it's absolutely speculation. They might have just wanted more cash for acquisition or for, growing their, like, supply chain. But it also makes sense, right? Because, like, the infinity pool, as, like, people discussed it, is an absolute economic catastrophe, right? That would be the end of the financial systems as we know it. And so if it really is that short and it really is going to squeeze that hard, like, GameStop would have to have some sort of backup plan in order to end it at some point. Well, the 10 million a share thing presumes that 100% of retail is going to sell above $10 million. Like, to say that, like, 10 million a share would end the world economy isn't accurate, right? Because not that many people are going to be holding at that point. I'm not impressed with this price movement. How long have shorts been scared? In the past, during short squeezes for other stocks, how long have shorts been scared off? Can you rephrase that? I don't know what you mean. Like, how long until they shorted the stock again? Need that theory on super stonk? Maybe. I don't know. It was just like, I mean, we were both obviously just up in the middle of the night bullshitting about it, but it's reasonable, it works, and it's, something that's sort of been done in the past, at least on the Volkswagen squeeze. Why does GameStop care if it ever ends? Well, GameStop doesn't want their stock valuation locked up, right? It stops them from hiring people. There's all kinds of issues with having their stock be that high for an infinite period of time. Also, Falco, the Fed and the governments of the world at that point, like the political pressure to end the squeeze would definitely exist if it just sat at 25 million a share for forever, right? Do you don't have any thoughts on why? I mean, BlackRock also bought all the single family homes at 50% below market value after 2008. Yes, after the squeeze is done, how long? Immediately, right? On the way down. Literally, paper handing and short selling could drop the price from like 100K to 2K and then back up to 200K. No, no, Michael. Possibly. I mean, the housing market's due for like a big like bubble pop or crash soon anyway. Do you expect more non-cryptic announcements from him? I expect more cryptic announcements. And he literally ended the shareholders meeting with a cryptic announcement. Is this dip due to ETF shorting? Unlikely. So the issue with the ETF shorting is it's like buying a truck because you need a new set of tires. Is there any possible way we could be friends when this is all over? We're friends already, Andrew. During MOASS, how are the shares bought if they're sold for such huge amounts? Who's buying them? They're force buying. It's forced to cover the position. So clearinghouses, the DTCC, those are the people that would have to pay those prices if it gets to those levels. Oh yeah, that's possible, Danorama. They could suspend trading on the stock if they believe there's criminal activity, and yeah, it could open. Uh, well, it would open at the same price, so it could jump really fast depending on the news of that investigation. I want to thank you for your patience and sharing real knowledge. I learned how little I know. Thank you, Tenzin. I appreciate that, man. But if there are no tires to buy, I mean, yeah, I guess. But they still have lenders that have available shares, right? They would take all of those before using an ETF to short the stock. Like Fidelity has shares on loan, IBKR has shares on loan. Well, there's only a couple restrictions on shorting GME. So it's only like I think like who was it the other day? I can't remember. Someone cut him off. I can't remember the name right now of the lender. Yeah, 852,000 shares available on Fidelity right now. All of those, Jeffries, thank you. All of the Fidelity shares would be used before they started looking to ETFs. Oh, did TDA cut it also? Okay. So it's getting slim, I guess. But the Fidelity shares would get used before ETF shares. The whales are probably just looking for a good entry. Whales don't they're not going to chase, right? They're going to try to enter whatever position they buy as cheap as possible. They're not just going to buy like a million shares at market, right? I definitely think institutional ownership, after the announcements and the earnings report, I think our institutional ownership's going to go way back, like way up again. Can we zoom out so I feel better? Sure, man. Use cheaper to short an ETF when it's priced below NAV. That's fair. 7,000% of us. It's possible that all the Fidelity. I mean, we know that Fidelity has 800,000 shares available to lend out. Also, Fidelity's not like a big institutional owner anymore. It's like BlackRock and Vanguard are the two biggest. Have a specific price target to cap the squeeze. It's possible. You say the price is dropping because of SEC investigation. Do you think people are selling due to the FUD? I mean, yeah, there's definitely going to be some paper handing going on right now. Unfortunately, apes are not the only owners of the stock. Not everybody who owns it reads super stockers any way aware of the situation on it, right? They just hear bad news on like CNBC and they're like, I should sell that. I have some. Like, like we might own all of the float, right? But there's other people too. Are we still within the trend? Is that what the purple line is? That purple line is not where it's supposed to. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Hold on. So I'm just gonna get like 1,000 questions about it. It's on the 4 hour. It's not relevant currently. What's the volume on ATP on mobile? Thanks in advance. I mean the volume for today is 5.28 billion. In regular trading hours, WeBull and ATP both have the correct volume. It's just in pre-market where ATP has better tracking. Yeah, it looks like a double bottom. I should probably update Reddit too, but it also looks like it's gonna maybe fail. We'll see. One sec, guys. I'm gonna update. My theory is 350 characters. Would you read it on the Reddit thread? DM it to me on the Discord and I'll check it out. Pat, like DM me the link. I know you hate cup and handle questions, but does the 3-1 show a cup and handle? Yeah, there was like the big one, right? Yeah, this could be one, right? Here. They're usually not super accurate. They're only correct like sub 50% of the time. It's one of the reasons I don't like them very much. But yeah, it's a cup. It looks like the formation of a cup. No handle yet, but we'll see. I think it's gonna hold the double bottom. It might, yeah. It looks stronger now. That doji had me a little scared, right? Because if that failed, then we could dip. But yeah, it looks like we're bouncing off the second bottom. If Vanguard's, what's the likely price for when Citadel won't have enough collateral to avoid margin call? I have no idea. I mean, they have what, 380 billion in holdings or something? If Vanguard servers crash during the squeeze, what do you think would happen? You've got to call them. Like if you're talking about like how do you sell if the servers are down, you have to. That's why I told everybody in the exit DD, make sure that you contact your broker and find out what alternatives they have to selling besides their web-based platforms. Regarding the 5 million available to sell, isn't this just an amendment to the previous 3.5 offering? I don't think so. No, because the 3.5 they already sold. That offering was completed at $157 per share average. So I don't think this is an amendment. This is a whole new 5 million shares. Yeah, but everyone's flaming cat. Everyone said that about 180 too, right? Just because the resistance is strong doesn't mean that like that's the margin call point, right? Like everyone was like, "Oh, if we cross 180, it's going to trigger all the margin calls and this thing's going to go to the moon." But we crossed 180 and then 280, still not on the moon yet, right? I'm sure it's somewhere above 350. You can go to Fidelity in person. You can. I don't know if you can sell stock there, but you can hang out in the bank or whatever. Yeah, Schwab has a phone-in option. Most of them do. Supersonic mod team yesterday was such a mess. If that was my intro into the community, I would not have confidence in the GME thesis. I mean, they're not like streamers, right? They're just like Reddit mods. They were trying to do a thing. I guess there were some issues. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but I've heard a lot of complaints. It's just like kind of like if you just had some friends like streaming a thing to each other. And that's how it ended up looking. I will admit, not a great public face to put on, but although I guess I'm an amateur streamer as well, so like I don't know shit about streaming besides what I've Googled in the last few weeks. But you don't scream when the price goes up $2. No. Yeah, I know, Ramrod. That's that. I mean, that's like the majority of my issue with like the DD that everyone's like, "Oh, did you read it?" No, because I think the people writing it aren't very knowledgeable about the market, and so I tend to find that a lot of those DDs are not factual or correct. Could be a triple bottom. Eric Murley, why can't you be more like Trey? I can. I just do this. Like I have some juicy news, but then just say nothing relevant. Is that a triple bottom? It could be. I'm very sorry for bringing this up. You're probably exhausted by the question by now, but do you have any opinions on the AK vote count not being able to confirm overshorting? They're not going to confirm overshorting on an 8K. There's liability issues. But I confirm the bias that the stock is. I think the stock's going to go to the moon. I don't know. If you need to have your bias constantly confirmed, you should probably think about that. Why are you so unsure about the thing that you've put your money into? Is this forming a wedge? It's just like sloppy chop. So I'm trying to find technical indicators in like choppy crap stock movement on mediocre volume. Adabit's DD is interesting. He's not exposing anything that people didn't already know. It's good information for people who don't realize that the markets are fraudulent. But nothing in Adabit's DDs is like new groundbreaking information. It's very helpful for like new apes that come in and don't know a lot about what's going on here and know nothing about the markets. But anybody who knows anything about the markets knows about everything in those due diligences. All of that information that he has is publicly available. Believe me, anybody who's researched this stock appropriately would have come across that information. But what it does is it consolidates it and puts it in one place, which is a net positive. How do I convince the wife that 7 8 figure price is actually possible? Uh, I'll either get her to read a lot of detail. Go find some of those bias confirming DDs that we're talking about and show them to her. Is the sloppy chop the opposite of short hedge fund circle jerk? No, it's the same thing. Well, because when you have a bunch of news, that just usually makes people not want to buy the stock. It's like, it looks volatile. Like, what's going on over there? Let's let this calm down before we invest, right? Good to hear you say that some of the DD isn't 100% true. No. That's not what I said. I said most of the DD is not true. I told all of you guys that they weren't gonna like announce overvote. Like they could announce a share recall, but I said that no way were they gonna announce fraudulent voting. I said that weeks ago. I also told you guys they don't want the PR. That GameStop does not want to be responsible for starting whatever economic catastrophe results from MOASS occurring, right? They don't want to be personally responsible for that. They would be demonized in the media for years. Every day on CNBC, they were like how Ryan Cohen destroyed the lives of, union pensioners all over America. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, David Ralph. It's pretty much true. Let her sleep with Adabet. Has the vote results lowered your floor? Nope. Not at all. For me, for my thesis and why I'm invested in the stock, nothing has changed. KO is correct. If you want confirmation bias, and this is right. The number of reported votes is so close to the float. There's no way, like, I mean, like, eToro reported 63% of people voted, right? And we had like 55 million votes. So if eToro, which only has like a very small portion of Jimmy shareholders, but we could use that as like grounds to assume that 63% of voters voted, right? And we had 55 million votes. That means that the vote count, like the possible shareholders, is much, much higher, right? Or the possible shares held. Is Autobot an Autobot or a Decepticon? I don't know. I don't know enough about Transformers. Like, I don't think the Decepticons aren't like inherently evil, right? They don't care about humans. And the Autobots are like the righteous protectors of humanity. Well, there's only 56 million eligible shares, Naxos, right? Like, you don't get a vote if you don't have the stock. U.S. inflation rate has jumped 5%. Yeah, but the market's not coming down the way it should be. Is Ryan Cohen the new Bernie Madoff? No, I don't think so. Pat, I'll read your DD after the stream. I'm not gonna. I don't read people's DD on stream. But I'll DM you and let you know what I think. Change my channel to just whispering. It's okay. Buy so much after 4:15. I'll be rich already. We all want to be rich already, but it's you gotta wait. Be patient. She's running for governor in California. No. Or wink if you think games. No, I don't think that. Proxy material itself states eligible voters. That's yeah, but 20% of those, like, BlackRock's not going to vote, right? Like, we have to wait, but for more information. But we have to see who abstained, right? But yeah, I mean, 70 million is the total shares out. But the float is 56 million. So if you had 55 million votes, I mean, that's insane. I've never seen that percentage of the free float voted at a shareholders meeting before. Maybe like 20% of the free float gets voted. Most people don't even give a shit about voting at shareholder meetings. So that's, I mean, the numbers are crazy high. Can you explain the SPY for us? It's a ETF that tracks the S&P 500, lazy weasel. It says floor is 8 digits or higher. I never said that. Is that a lottery for short hedge funds? I'm a noob. Did Naked get delisted? I don't. I mean, just because they got delisted doesn't mean that they're bankrupt, right? They're just not meeting the requirements to stay on whatever index is tracking them. I want to be rich. I'm here for cosmetics. It's not infotainment when you're muted and there's no drawings. I haven't drawn anything yet. I haven't felt it. I have no pickle to draw right now. I heard you're running for pickle of the year. I already won. I've never seen anything like this vote percentage in all 4 months of my trading. I don't discuss my floor at 8Z. It's high. Quad bottom. It's just chop on resistance. So we're not going below resistance. We're staying above it. There's not a lot of volume. buy and sell volume have equalized in a narrow range of consolidation. Draw an uninspired pickle. I've been here for weeks, still waiting to hear about your skin routine. At what time frame do you draw support resistance? It doesn't matter. You can draw it on any time frame where you can see intraday trading. So 4 hour is good. Most of the support resistance levels on this are psychological. Dumb question. If hedges were being liquidated, wouldn't the first step be to sell off all the shares they own prior to covering the shorts? If so, yes. Not a shill. That is correct. Well, first they would sell in order to avoid margin call, right? Like they would keep selling other positions to keep kicking the can further down the road. And then at the point at which they had nothing else to liquidate in order to cover margin, they would have to start, or in order to withhold or stop margin calls, then they would have to begin to cover. At which point, yeah, they would sell more lucrative positions in order to cover. If you got the WeBull referral bonus, could you pop it open? I don't have it right now. It's not, yeah, I got nothing showing up here right now. It usually takes about 24 hours till it shows up. But if you signed up, thank you. I appreciate that. This is the infamous triple bottom. This is just chop downward trend crap. Thank you for the donation, not a shill. Let's see here. Whee. This is bathtub pickle. He is not Zen. He's just hanging out with his rubber ducky. Inside info. He needs a toaster. Fondue pickle. He's in brine. He's in briny pickle solution. Hot tub brine machine. Check the share offer and finally says a proposed maximum offering price of $255.39 per security. Is this the one? Aggregate. Oh, that's interesting. They're doing it through Jeffries. I didn't know that. I wonder if it's because Jeffries isn't allowing short selling. So Jeffries isn't going to sell them to the shorts, or did they do the other one through Jeffries also? Maybe Jeffries is the one getting investigated. That's the statement. 1484. Commission of the agent. $5 million shares. Par value. It's an open market sales agreement. I don't see any price cap in the 8K whatsoever. So I don't know where you're getting that from. don't know why anybody's stressed. A fucking week ago, we were trading at 180. Like, we're up so much. It's in a bathtub. How do people not see and realize the bathtub? And the 424B5, it talks about a proposed max offering. Proposed maximum offering price per security, proposed maximum aggregate offering price. So that just means that they're not going to sell they're not going to sell more than 1.2 billion worth of stock. If the market price is higher than that, all that changes is the amount of stock they sell. Because if you go back to the other proposed offering, hold on, let me close all these. Dig up the other one. Is it this? It's the diff. I don't know if WeBull has the previous one. Does anybody remember the date for the last 8K? High was 170, 167 the day after March earnings, but the low was 118. No, the last share offering. I know the last 8K was yesterday. Just go on the investor relations website. C filings. That's not it. I'm gonna have to dig a little bit to find it. But I think that their offering price on the previous share block was like lower than they ended up selling it for. So they ended up selling, I think, higher. It is possible they've already started to sell it. Or, I mean, at this point, already sold it, right? Like, for all we know, the shares are sold. Like, it's done. We've got 6.64 million volume today. Order flow shows 1.25 billion sold over the average, or 1.25 million sold over the average. So the selling has exceeded the buying by 1.25 million. Let's give us $445 million traded today. I don't know how accurate that data is from WeBull though. But yeah, between last night and today, it may already all be sold. Original offering fired 12/08/20. Oh, okay. It's the original offering was last year. That's why I couldn't find it. So they initially for so the initial offering was for up to 100 million at 1 cent par value, 1 cent a share. So it's just at market value. I think that's just to like tell you what they expect to sell it at. Calculation registration fee, filing the new million shares. Proposed maximum offering price is 255.39. Somehow dragging us down to what seems to be 255.39. Could be. Uh but it is market. They can sell it like according to the 14 cases they can sell it market. That's just proposed, right? Like so if they can sell shares for more, then they have to sell less shares to get the 1.2 billion proposed. Charlie Walk Specialist, thank you so much for that donation, man. Super kind of you. I appreciate that. Remember, our intraday low we can hit as low as uh, and still remain within that pattern 248. We can also like go below it and bounce back into it. Four six through 426. How much information am I gonna get off the daily though? 4 6 through 4. What about it? Yeah, we went down to 157 and then chopped along it. That was the fish 427. Yeah, I remember we had like a run up shortly after they announced the closing of the sale. But yeah, it was like cucumber slices confirmed, Elena. Why hasn't OBV changed? Well, let's take a look. OBV has dipped today. Slightly. And then on the intraday, I'm sure it's way down. Let's see. Yeah, they probably did start selling immediately. Who knows? Yeah, there's no hard cap. It's just proposed. I'm gonna go buy more. I'll be back. OBV has dropped. We just looked at that. That would be awesome. Choose the name. Just arrived. Any chance for a quick recap on today's price action and what's driving it? Well, we are currently determining whether GameStop is selling its shares at market right now, which it might be. Well, through last night into today. But we're down about 17% from open. Closing in at our Monday opening price. Exponential floor guy and shambles. I'm sure. Would OBV dipping reflect games? Yeah, technically it would. Yeah, Frodo. Should go up to $50, right? So if we sell 5 million, we should go up 50. No. You can also tell there's selling going on because there's like almost a dollar bid ask spread. Like the bid ask spread's pretty high. So my theoretical floor for today was 248.50. We're still above that. Like as low as we could go. At least to remain within our pattern on the 4 hour. Floor for today on his exponential floor was 222. Okay, so they're gonna be 2 billion liquid with no long-term debt, Jonathan. They've still got 500 million from April. I think they completed the offering today. I heard your theory earlier, but that'd be interesting if they just knocked it out today. Yeah, they could have. It's very possible. New FINRA ruling saying brokerages can hold a customer trading and withdrawals. Is this true? We don't live in a democracy, we live in an oligarchy. Haven't we always? We're still up on the week. Interestingly. One order filled at 250. Nice. What do these companies have to gain from a short squeeze? It seems like they're all just taking advantage of higher stock prices and doing offerings repeatedly. Yeah. Nothing. Yeah, I heard Naxos. Everyone said it like 35 times. If you see something in chat already, you don't need to repeat it 100 times, guys. DM'd you a comparison link on Discord. Sold more Tesla about Jamie. Awesome. Is Reddit down? I don't know. Could be. I've had problems updating. All right. I'm actually going to try to update again, though, because we did just drop below 248. This is going to change everything. Yeah, it looks that way. It looks like they're selling the shares now. GFE tweet. Just kidding ass. Possibly. More clearly, please. Oh, for those of you listening, I'm trading at 245.01. I mean, guys, we already know that like the only way that we're seeing this much downward price action is that GameStop is selling their shares as like currently. Why is AMC tanking? It could also be inflation fears. I mean, AMC is tanking because it's a garbage stock that no one wants to hold. And the more it tanks, the more people will paper hand. People are leaving. The share off at this price level will probably use the whole 5 million shares. Yeah. The hell is an offering? It's a share dilution. Yeah, this did happen after the last earnings, and yes, it did shoot up the next day. Ollie, my puts for AMC are printing too. I have $60 puts. So I'm very happy. It's supposed to be the Russell 2000 ETF selling their shares and prep. Could be. Unlikely. Still too soon. Secure. Share delusion. Advantages to selling the shares now. The price is high. I sold 5 million on one day. Absolutely, big billionaire. Very easy to sell 5 million shares in a day. Get ready to see 199, boys. No, I don't think so. That's a bit of a stretch. We could see them try to crash it, like pick up stop losses, as like now fear is setting in over the price dropping, right? Even though we're still trading above where we were Monday, like this type of movement generates fear in normal people. I should probably like make a note about that on Reddit, right? That like they could potentially attempt like a stop loss hunt. I feel like I should. So we gave a pro tip on speeding up the video. That was awesome. Thank you. What's up, Ferran? I'm glad you're all caught up to us. The wave guy looks to be more accurate than the exponential floor guy. Possibly. We've broken below the purple line. Do we panic? No, we just wait to see if we go back up. Aside, this is a great move by Jimmy, giving us a discount, raising a ton of money. 5 million should not do much if we have like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna do much. Finish the share offering. Is that required? At least they're not like. Here's the thing: they're not doing like the shit AMC does, right? They're not like, oh, we're gonna release 50 million shares. They've only released a very small percentage of shares compared to the overall float. Nobody's factored in the at the money offering. My TA doesn't have it factored in, right? Because my TA is from like our 4 hour pattern is from like weeks ago, right? But the majority of our volume today has still traded above 260. So like this is filling in, but most of our volume for the day is traded up here. So for 242.50, this is where we opened on Monday. Still $60 up from the previous Monday. Yeah, but in January, AMC released double their float. Angel Fire. You're forgetting that. They doubled the float in January, then released 50 million, then released more. Shareholders that they would not sell shares. Yeah, that too. They usually, yeah, they announce it when it's completed. Yeah, so AMC's released like 110 plus percent of their float this year. GME has released like 15% of their float. What would it be if they announce it today? That'd be cool. If they're just like, okay, we got our $1.2 billion, the stock will definitely go up. If it's still trading at like 250 ish, and they announce that they've already gotten their 1.2 billion, yeah, that'd be very bullish. What do you think about the price we'll do if they announce this sold? It'll definitely go up. And you're talking about a company that now has $2 billion on hand to complete their transformation, is trading at $250 a share with like a float of 61 million, right? Does it mean for us that Gmail is selling their shares? Sorry if you explained that. This nothing. It's going to bring the price down a little bit, and then we'll see if the price action previously predicted continues after this trend, right? So, like, are we going to move back up into that trend line? Are we going to create a new, slightly lower trend line, but with the same exponential growth curve? So, this is something we're going to have to watch play out for the next several days, weeks. What was that secure? Yeah. So, for institutional buying, thanks, Johnny Diamond Hands. For institutional buying, everything is starting to line up, right? There's going to be a lot of institutions that are now going to be interested in GME that have not been in the last several months since March, right? We now have a CEO, we have a CFO, both well credentialed. We're trading at 240 with possibly now $2 billion in liquid cash for whatever transformation may come. Ryan Cohen is now chairman of the board for the company. George Sherman is stepping down. Like, everything going into the transition is looking great. The float's still only at 60 million. And before this happened, we were already presuming a short interest of 100 and at least 140%, right? Which would be like 120 million shares sold short. So 5 million shares doesn't really make a big dent in that, but strategically greatly advantages the company long term. So it's all positive news. And if this is the sale, awesome. This is not the same. I know a lot of people are going to compare it to AMC. This is not the same. This is not this. What AMC did was they waited for a short squeeze to begin on their stock and then doubled their float in January. They sold 100% of their float because they are a failing business. This is the opposite of that. Great hype rant. I'll clip it. That's what I'll do. I know how to do that now. Can't see the thing. This dip is not paper handing amplified by shorting. I'm sure there's some paper handing occurring, but not a lot. We're still up $60 from the previous Monday's open. I mean, this is not bad. I mean, DFV's still tweeting, right? DFV's still in. We're still in. Maybe DFV has just convinced us to be in on potentially the best growth stock retail's had access to since like Coca-Cola. I mean, would that be the worst thing in the world? No. AMC Moonwind. It looks like AMC is in the process of landing at Dallas Fort Worth as they make their way to Fort Lauderdale. There's nothing questionable about my pickle drawings. Ew, Pepsi for the win? No, Kendrick, if you bought Coca-Cola, like, back in the 50s, like, if you bought, like, 1,000... I think there's actually a calculator. You can look up how much money you would have if you bought, like, $1,000 worth of Coca-Cola in, like, 1950. Healthy pullback to the 4-hour 0.5 Fibonacci. I will say I like Fib a little better than Elliott Wave. I'm not super big on either one. Forming the handle of a 3-month cup. Possibly, Jamie. Yeah, we discussed that earlier. AMC, the GME squeeze isn't over. GME's up still, like quite a lot. If you'd invested $40 into a single share of Coca-Cola in 1919, yeah, you'd be over 10 million if you'd reinvested your dividends. That's correct. Yeah, that sounds about right. AMC is the Pepsi here. I see. Yeah, Coca-Cola over the years, but like nowadays with the way IPOs are set up, like only people with a lot of money can invest in them before they go public, right? And so retail investors don't have the same access to growth we used to have. And there's a very good, like Tesla was a good growth opportunity in recent memory. Nvidia, and now GameStop. So even if everything is wrong, right? If everything about the short interest and the squeeze and it's all bullshit, right? Even if that's the case, you still have your money in a wallet that's gonna like double your money every set increment of time. And let me tell you, if you're poor and you find a wallet that doubles your money, so you put $1 in one week and you look at it the next week and there's $2, you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna attempt to shove as much fucking money in that wallet as you feasibly can, right? GME is that wallet. Let's talk more about botulism. Yeah, this is probably the money offering, Ash. Why did you say NVIDIA? The SPACs be good growth opportunity. I'm in on VGAC. Some of them, but a lot of them are scams is the problem, Adam. A lot of the SPACs are just bullshit. Jimmy is my magical money wallet. Damn straight, Kapinski. Yep, that's correct. Septimus Hodge. Yeah, Palantir is another good growth opportunity, although their fundamentals are a little weaker still. They're still very much a new company, right? GameStop's been around forever. Any hope left for AMC? I still have the bulk of my shares on the way up. Still have some. I wonder if there will be another. There could be. I'm not saying AMC's completely done, right? But some of what was going on there looks to have died off a bit. Yeah, I know they did. AMC stopped another squeeze on their stock. How often do you think it's going to squeeze, you know? That's the question with AMC. AMC, I feel like the Roth account is underutilized. Probably. A bull flag on the SPY after the great inflation news, right? It's also kind of just a red day on the market, right? Although, to be fair, these are all meme stocks. But, like, let's see what's up, right? Let's go let's see what's hitting new highs. Near high. Post. Banks. Keurig Dr. Pepper approaching a new all-time high. SK Telecom. I don't know what the deal with that is. They've had some weird price movement over the last like year. Noodles. What the fuck is Noodles? I want to know everything about this company. NDLS Noodles. Profile. Fast casual restaurants. Dude, I need to get some Kraft Heinz. If inflation's up, I need to start buying some food. I'll wait. I'll wait for like a deeper dip, but 242 is a pretty strong floor. I would not like to go below it. Matthew. When you said NVIDIA, it was green. Do it again. I didn't say it incorrectly. I said it correctly. And this is why I buy AMD. The company can't even pronounce their own name. No, that's not true. I actually love NVIDIA. They made me like $10,000 last week. They're a very good friend of mine. I like their stock. It does good things for me. It's about to split too, so anybody who's long on it, awesome for you. Yeah, this isn't about luck. You're correct, Mads. I know. Everybody wants instant gratification, and this is the wrong place to get it. Fucking DFE was buying the stock since 2019. Like, think about that. Is there a possibility they completed it? If they haven't, they're probably pretty close. We are now dipping a bit below. Let's see here. Almost 5 million sold. Outflow. 200? So many calls out of the money. Yeah. Hmm. Ooh, my monthly puts are printing. Maybe I'll get rid of those. All right, hold on, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Not pooping. I'll tell you guys when I go poop. I don't usually poop during stream. Very, very scheduled pooping. By the dip. Look at us, 242 again. Let's see if we bounce off 242 again. Because remember the last bounce? Like back here? That was a good one. Still majority volume above 260. So we haven't traded a lot of volume below that number for the day. So if you look here, see how the wick is low? But the majority of our volume was traded up here and in after hours. And very busy after hours. Not a shy pooper. Not at all. Yeah, this is very likely the offering. I'm aware. Oh no, we lost our gains for the last 3 days. Whatever will I do? Wait for the next bull flag would be my advice. So if you guys really want to know, this isn't so much a break of the. So hold on, let me brighten this up so you can see it better. So this isn't actually a break in the pattern, right? Because our volume's still being traded up here. Now, if our volume, like the majority of our volume being traded falls below this line, that's when we would have broken this pattern, right? Remember how we always draw, like we discussed today, we always draw from the volume to form our lines. We don't draw from the wicks. So we try to get, like, when we draw our support resistance, we always try to get as much volume included as possible in order to improve our accuracy. So we're doing just fine. Nobody worry. Everything's a-okay. And we're going up a little bit. Still holding 242, so that's awesome. I'd rather they do it now. Or really, really slowly over like a decent period of time. Ooh, I have a Danish. Who wants to listen to me eat a Danish? Good. All of you? Awesome. I did say volatility would increase both up and down. Pastry or a person? Pastry. The person's only for the OnlyFans. I don't know how gaming streamers do that shit where they just like don't eat on stream for 12 hours a day with like 10 viewers and they're like, I'm just gonna sit here and like until I have 11 viewers, I'm gonna not stop streaming. Oh, I'll talk while I'm eating. I don't give a shit. Sprinkle some granola on. That's disgusting. It is a cheese Danish, William. Good call. Danish sounds chewy. Is that bullish? Write a GD about it, man. Hey, Pickle, tell me it will all be okay. I'm at work and just saw the negative 20. Moonwin. It's okay. It's called Adderall. I need to get some of that stuff. Imagine how efficient I'd be. Like, I'm not on Adderall now. Schmiggity, I already stood up, man. You know what I would do if I was like a gaming streamer and I had no audience? Because like I've looked at some of the subreddits about the, like Twitch and like new tubers, and I guess I just got really lucky because like I just showed up here and there were people watching the stream. But I know that doesn't happen for everybody who gets into like streaming, right? But I would just get like Soylent or Huel, and I would just drink that as my meal. Because that's like supposed to be all your nutrition, right? I'm sure it's not, but it's supposed to be. Whoa. Yes, he did. He drank tea and ate like a full breakfast every morning, Jacob. I used to watch Warden. I know. I disagree with you, Digital Good Time. Moon when? I don't know. We're going up. I like this. This looks good. This is a nice bounce off what has proved to be a pretty solid resistance in the past. Would you be like that guy, Trey's Traders? I don't have that kind of energy. I'm too old for that shit. That guy looks like he's trying to burn out his already kind of fucked up heart as quickly as he feasibly can, and it makes me sad. Getting some serious quit my job FUD. Yeah, I'll do my best, the Dan. Infotainment screamed. I don't like my infotainment screamed at me. He speaks in all caps. Trade Trade's fake wheeze laugh as an intro is off-putting. And that's the most I've seen of any of Trade Trade's videos. Is just like him doing this and be like, guys. And I'm just like, shut up. I just turn it off. Dan's, our leader needs sustenance. I hope Danielle's in here and she can keep you all in line. They're so extra. I'm not extra? Wow. Thanks, Pablo. Hurt my feelings on today, this day of my stream. They always look like flies to me. Do your impressions of other GME streamers. You don't want me to do that. A, I'm not super great at impressions. B, I'll just do mean things, and I don't want to do mean things to people. I can't impersonate Bruce. I don't even know how. I don't know who Meet Kevin is. Why is that someone's name? Why isn't it just Kevin? Bagel Bruce and his mystical specs. He's been Don't. Some of his calls aren't so bad. SoFi was a good one. If you bought that at $12. Shave your face but leave the neck. Ugh. Go back and edit incorrect takes on the daily charting post so you look good. I never go back and edit anything. If I do, I write edit and then I say what I edited. Because for me, it's all about being right. And so if I'm wrong, I want to feel it. I want to feel the pain of being wrong. That way I'm never wrong again. He's going to be governor of California. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know who the hell he is. Thanks, Ozzy. I know it's usually correct. But on the off chance that it's not, like, I'm pretty mad right now because we're $6 down from where I said we could end up. Could you do a mukbang of 1,000 pickles while live streaming the next T plus 21? Well, I don't know when the next T plus 21 occurs, but what the hell is a mukbang? I need to Google this. Does this have to do with boofing pickles? Because I'm not going to do that. That sounds porno. Oh, an eating broadcast. That still sounds porno. Rip Google search history. I don't give a shit. I'm the only person who looks at it. I don't care what's on my search history. Hand banana. Today I learned. Maybe don't Google that. I Googled it and it had a very PG definition. Where's the best place to learn more TA that doesn't involve months of studying? Well, right here. I didn't see your donation. Let me pull that up. Thank you, Kim Sim and Septimus Hoge. I hope it's Hoge. I hope that's how it's properly pronounced. Like Hedgehog. But yeah, there isn't one. You need to study. It's a bitch. But it's worth it. The more you know. Consider me your LeVar Burton of technical analysis. Don't you dare start with the Whoa Black Betty thing, J-Dubs. Thank you for the donation, though, dude. I appreciate it, man. California recall process has a low bar. They're not going to recall their governor and make some YouTuber the governor of the state. Start with reading House of Cards DD. Like, go from there. Not my advice. See it 242. If we drop out of 200, I'm dropping this $52,000 insurance check on GMA. I feel like a lot of people are going to do that. Wait for a bit. Sorry if you answered this 100 times already, but is your take that GME is selling that 5 million shares right now today? Yes, Mr. Diggs. I do believe so. Thanks for being my friend. I wouldn't call this free falling. Down like $6. Yeah, it's doing a dippy do. It's all good. Can you explain why level 2 data isn't important? Because it's incomplete. Could this be a big correction? Unlikely. Correction would have stayed within the bounds of our channel. So she was selling 5 million shares already. Then the theory that it would be used to end MOASS would be, yeah. Unless they don't sell all 5 million, right? Can we get a Johnny Cash pickle? No, we have a bathtub pickle. It's a relaxing day. How much are they selling 5 million at the money for? I believe their goal is $1.275 billion. So they will probably sell stock until they reach that goal and then announce at what price they, like the average price they sold the stock for. And then if the stock is below that average, the stock will bounce up above that average. Oh, they don't sell that fast. Like, when a firm like Jeffries is doing a market offering like that, they try to maximize profit on the selling, right? Because they get paid a commission. So it's in their interest to sell those shares for as much as they can get out of them, right? They don't want to like tank the stock price. Now, the shorts, although I don't think they have a lot of ammo or ability, whatever you want to refer to it as, to tank the price, will attempt to use this as an opportunity, possibly a stop loss hunt on some weak buying pressure. Does this mean the infinity pool is still on Squeeze Eternal? Not necessarily. Like, right, it is still just like one day to announce a share offering and that like one aftermarket announcement, and then they can begin a share offering. They just have to announce it in advance. So they could offer more at the top. It does defeat my previous theory that they, but I still think they might withhold some and not sell it all in the event of the short squeeze. But we'll see. We'll see what they announce, right? Like, it's obviously like the thing I was talking about with my friend, just a theory. Leaving 69, that would be super bullish. I want them to not sell 42,069 shares. No, because I think the growth will eventually reach the point where the short hedge funds have to cover, right? That's what happened on Tesla, is that the growth reached the point where they had to cover. There was no like massive catalyst, right? It was just like the steady growth over time pushed the shorts out. Except in GME's case, because of the short interest being so high, it'll trigger a squeeze. Just the mark. It's GME's doing their share offering, Bo. Don't worry about it. The target's the total raised, Michael Brown. So they may sell a lot fewer shares if they sold a bunch last night for, you know, $300 a share. Yeah, also we own the float, which I'm still pretty sure on. Ryan Cohen can, but he was previously restricted with agreement from previous board. Now he can rewrite. Wait, rewrite what? Since such Jimmy sell 5 million shares now for capital and not during MOASS. Issue up their debt, raised a fair shake of capital. They want more capital. They're trying to become an e-commerce powerhouse and compete with like other already massive companies, right? I would say their next big competition in the realm they're moving into is probably like Best Buy, right? Best Buy has a market cap of 28 billion with a float of 225 million. New competition is Valve. It's only Valve. Well, Valve's privately traded, so we can't get any information from that, right? Like it's not privately traded. It's a private company. They're not publicly traded. That is what this is. How profitable buying Tesla puts would be today. Plaid revealed tonight. Well, so Best Buy is a really good comparison because it's a very similar business, right? Like GameStop's starting to sell PC components. They both sell games. They both have retail locations, lots of them. Now, previous to this year, Best Buy has been ahead on like the e-commerce side of things. GameStop's very quickly catching up. But I would say this is their next big competition in their niche, right? And so as we approach this, I would expect our market cap, like just on a fundamental level, I would expect our market cap to reach at least these levels in the near term. And GME at a $28 billion market cap with its current float size would 16, so it'd be about almost double. So it'd be trading about 400 a share. What about Walmart? They're real big. GameStop's got a long way to go to catch up to Walmart. Can Amazon just buy GameStop? Yep, absolutely. They could. We'd all make a lot of money if that happened. What do you classify as tanking, and what's your personal opinion of what monetary value it could dip to, please? So, when I refer to the SPY tanking, I would like it to at least correct to like 414, possibly below, like a nice correction, maybe even like back to 400. With all the bad news that's gone on with the economy recently, I don't know how it's hitting new all-time highs. Honestly, like it's kind of just like a bull market gone a bit out of control, and I expect that will stop soon. So we're starting to get more. Let's go back to the 4-hour. We're starting to get a little more volume traded below 160, but just below. So our majority volume is still traded above 160 for the day so far. Which again, if their goal is 1.2 billion, means that fewer shares sold to reach that goal, right? So the higher the volume for the day is traded, the better. GME value using Best Buy P&E. I'm not going to go into like a fundamental analysis, Mohammed. You can do that yourself, though. Actually, I think DFV did it back on one of his streams already. Second bounce. GME announces they sold the shares and have more than doubled their liquidity. So whatever they like announce, say they sold at a cost average of like 262, right? The stock will like almost immediately bounce above that, right? As like people scramble in to get shares cheaper than GME sold them at market. And then it'll probably continue to run after that. But like that's just an example. That's kind of what happened with the 157 price point. They were like, oh, we sold a bunch of shares at 157. The stock immediately, that was immediately the floor of the stock. Like that's anything below that was a great sale, right? Because somebody's cost average, 5 million shares cost average are above that price point. Are we out of the giant channel? Not really. We are, but we haven't traded a lot of volume out of the channel. GME revenues are 1/10 of Best Buy currently. Yeah. Best Buy does very well on e-commerce. Tiger Wahoo. Their e-commerce is they are without a doubt the next logical competitor for GameStop. Because they are also a retail institution that does a lot of e-commerce. Yes, like Steam, but how much is Steam worth? I don't know. I have to find like a reliable valuation for Steam. They would announce after close if they've completed the sale. They could announce it today. They could announce it in a couple days. They might announce it like next Monday. They could announce it Friday after hours. Because of OBV. Super. Short change, or do we just end that pattern? Well, we would determine if we then, so like if we continue below through tomorrow, below that channel, and don't revert, right? We would wait for Monday to see if we have another bull flag, right? And then we could either adjust the channel based on that correction, or see if we just start trading back in that channel again after the 5 million shares are sold. So we would need some time to reevaluate the 5 million share offering. Like anytime you have a fundamental change like that, like an increase in float size or, we've had a CEO announce it. There's like been a lot of shit this week, right? That's gonna affect the technical analysis moving forward. I agree that they're trying to move everything very quickly, Christopher. I feel like they've been sitting on their hands for most of the year, and they really want to start getting the good news out and stepping up their PR. Their PR has been atrocious all year, right? They've barely said anything this whole time. Valve was appraised at 3 billion. Yeah, they're probably like 3 to 5 times that. Still worth less than GameStop, but like, I mean, like, even if GameStop moves into that realm, right? They're only going to take up so much of that market share initially, as most people are still going to continue using Steam unless there's some incentive for them to switch platforms, which hopefully this like crypto thing they're building will offer, right? But I mean, a lot of people just buy their like game codes off G2A for half the price anyway. Why are your price different than TDA? I don't know. What does TDA say the price is? OBV is down 5 million today on the hour chart. Yeah. I mean, I think long-term investors, based on the news of yesterday, are going to stay in. Even investors not involved with Reddit and stuff. This looks like a good growth opportunity from a fundamental standpoint. I mean, we've already got analysts changing their price targets, like up $150. There's nothing really bad has happened. Yeah, Valve has very low overhead. I know. Yeah, there's also like a couple seconds delay on the stream. I try to reduce it as much as possible so we're almost in real time together, but I can't make it perfect. It's the dip to handle to our awesome cup. It could be, Kelly. That's not out of the question. Crash, which is the news about the SEC investigation. That's not a bad thing for GameStop, right? Like there's been enough like short fuckery in the news that like an SEC investigation announcement is like probably positive news on GameStop, right? That means that the SEC thinks there's reason to believe that the thesis we've all believed for like almost a year now is true. So if anything, that's just more bullish news for anybody that's in the know of the market, right? Like I'm sure Kramer's probably already fucking talking up GameStop to his legion of boomer investors or whatever. Older investors, middle-aged. I don't like the term boomer. That's a slur. Also, I'm too close to being one. Havis, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon man. Investigation stop potential FUD from the media as well to prevent legal risks. Probably, yeah. Like the media doesn't want to get sued by GameStop for libel, right? Whatever. You're on the edge of millennial and Gen X. I'm the Oregon Trail generation. This isn't even a crash. Zerus. What did Zerus ask? I didn't see his question. Latest GameStop tweet. I hope it's them just saying they're done. Oh god, now I gotta find a thing on Twitter. What did they post? I should probably follow them. It's just the CEO announcement. That was, yes, that's old news. Don't come at me with news from 20 hours ago. All right? We're on top of shit here. That's called riding the fence, knuckleballer. I told you guys this was coming. Come on. This isn't the first time I've dealt with a manipulated stock, you know? They'll ride the fence for a while, and then they'll be like, oh my god, imminent squeeze on GameStop after the stock's at like $600 and people can't FOMO in. But then they could be like, oh, we told everyone. We told you guys that this is going to happen. Look at our article from fucking January where we said there's a short squeeze when the stock was at $350. Basically, how's... Okay, I didn't see the tweet you guys saw, apparently. Forgotten Trail Generation's a real thing. Increase my position by 30%. Awesome, Sophist. I kind of want to buy 5 more, but just because these numbers, I don't like these odd numbers in my account. But maybe I'll just use that money to make more money. How much are options? Maybe $250 on GME for Friday. How much is that? Jesus H. Christ. Never mind. Fucking implied volatility is sky high. Oh, those are puts. Idiot. 250, 900? Eh. I'm not gonna spend $900 to make $300. Probably should a company like that. Sounds good to me. Xeris? Yes. GameStop is almost assuredly selling the shares right now. The $40 crash. Were you guys not here in March when we went from 350 to 111 in like half an hour? It wasn't even half an hour. Booyah, booyah. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon member, man. I appreciate the membership, dude. Thank you so much. Yeah, 20 hours ago in the world of financial news is actually a lifetime. Dumb question. Why wouldn't GameStop sell at 5 million shares when it was at 265 today, rather than sell small increments as it goes down? Who said they didn't sell? They can't sell all 5 million at 265. The price would just tank, right? It's not in Jeffries. Jeffries is selling the shares for GameStop, right? So you have Jeffries here. Jeffries is holding on to, which is 5 million shares, right? And they're going to sell those as slowly as they can at the best possible price. And as stated in the agreement, I think they get 1.5% commission. So the more they sell those shares for, the better for Jeffries, right? They're not just going to dump them all in like a 5 million market order and tank the stock price down to, you know, like $100 or something. They're going to sell them slowly at a good cost average, so they make a good commission, and GME maximizes their profit for the shares. That's why when you have a fiduciary, they are incentivized to perform their best on your behalf, which is what Jeffries is doing for GameStop currently. How are we on the 4 hour? We're fine for on. We're doing good. I think the majority of our volume still traded above 260 for the day. So technically not broken out of the wedge. I can stand anymore. This is getting rough. I had to buy 10 more. So I hope that answers your question, J-Rock. Know what I'm saying? Ubisoft. Cool. Yeah. So they're out there. They're doing PR. They're getting the word out. This is all good shit, right? Jessica Johnson, been with you for a few weeks. Thank you for being awesome and saving me from AMC tubers. You got it, Jessica. Thank you so much for hanging out in here, and thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. All of you guys, thank you so much for being here. If you haven't gotten a chance, subscribe. I actually have like a bunch of clips, and I'm going to be editing those as I learn how, and dumping those into like over the weekend, ideally. But yeah, we'll have more content coming out, and as I get better at editing, maybe every day. Um, and drop a like if you haven't gotten a chance, because that also really helps the channel out. And if you want to donate, there's a Ko-Fi link down below. There's super chats, and there's memberships where you guys could do that if you so choose. But as always, a like and subscribe is more than enough from any of you. Thank you all so much for the support. Austin Tobit shaking last night looking at some 8K or something. Who the fuck is Austin Tobit? It's a weird name. And more to get ready for another dip. Let me update Reddit real quick, guys. 1 second, and I'll catch up with chat. Sorry, guys. Almost. All right, cool. Just because you're not compensated for the value you bring. Africa Animal, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Cheers, dude. I'm like 90% sure this is the offering. Maybe a little greater than that. I'll have a pickle shot in your honor. Booyah, booyah. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I want the spy to crash. I don't want GME to crash, but I want the spy to crash. I don't know if I can have both of those things, but that'd be great. After bracket, I was up 700 pounds when the March crash happened. Oh, I knew the March crash was coming. I was like freaking out trying to get everything in place before it happened. I wish I'd had like any kind of following on Reddit at the time, because I posted like 30 minutes before it was going to happen on Wall Street Bets, and I got auto modded. I was like, guys, the price is going to crash. And like they were like, this isn't enough characters, and you haven't been, because I didn't used to be subscribed to Wall Street Bets. I would just like check it out, but I don't want it like showing up in my feed. Do you announce to everyone again that they need to quit their jobs? I have not, and I do not give advice on job quitting. Don't they have to file stuff beforehand? Who? Moritz. Are you talking about GME? They already filed it. That's it. Once it's filed and processed through the SEC, it's filed. That's how a share offering works. First, we can see a lot of upper momentum as it rises towards max pain at 270. Possibly. Now, tomorrow could be a very interesting day. I feel like today is going to be mostly sideways as we close the day out. We might have an interesting power hour, but I think, yeah, mostly sideways. And then tomorrow could be kind of nuts. We'll see. Hedgies will buy some of some, right? But they've got to compete for those shares. They've got to compete to get those shares from retail, and they've got to compete with other, like they have to compete with like long funds. They've got to compete with ETFs that are probably pretty stoked about having to rebalance and getting a nice share offering. They've got to compete with retail. Like they are only a small part of the buying power, and they have a lot of shit to cover. Also, they don't want to cover. We've already established how they feel about covering. This doesn't really change anything on that front, right? Like they still don't want to pay $250 a share for shares they shorted at $5 or $3. Like that seems to be the biggest thing I see on Reddit is that everyone's like, oh, like especially if you go to like Wall Street Bets or something, because there's still a lot of GME people over there that like don't buy into the whole super stonk RGME things, but they're like, oh, like that's it, this is over, the shorts are gonna use this to cover, the game's done, and it's like, but they're not, right? Like they could have been covering this whole fucking time, and this doesn't change anything, right? This is still, they're still not covering. The whole thesis is that they're not covering. Nah, I'm saying. Apologies if asked before, but I noticed on the weekly bull flags, the down channels have gotten steeper and steeper. Is there a hypothesis for that? There is, Pat Bias, and that is because in this trend, we have increased volatility, right? Let me zoom out a little bit here. Let me close OBV so we can actually see what we're doing. So as this expands outwards, the range of our price increases. which is because of increased volatility. And so like down here it was very consolidated, right? But as we move out and that expands, the price can fluctuate in a much greater range. The positive part of that is that the price will always fluctuate in a greater range, higher and higher. So even our lows are getting higher. So our highs are higher, lows are higher. Higher highs, higher lows. But increased volatility as the growth occurs. Now, we could get some narrowing of that. The next few days price action are going to be very important for how we continue to analyze this trend. But as far as I'm concerned, currently we're still in it. Nothing has changed. We've broken through the top of it several times. So a small break through the bottom, not a big deal. As the general thesis is held true the whole time. So what I'm understanding is buy and hold. Joe Valente, I couldn't have said it better myself. Covered that, Carlos. I love it. Down 20%. Pickle, we're doing good. Thanks, Dr. Superb. I appreciate that, man. Are you counting nonsense? I love Trailer Park Boys too. That show is comedic genius. I think people miss that. Fair value price of Jimmy up to 315. I did, yeah. They're covering their asses. Imagine how you'd feel if you're a long fund and you were paying for Morningstar data, right? Like you're paying for Morningstar for analysis. And for the last 3 fucking months, they've told you that GME's worth $15. And now they hit you with like, oh, it's actually $3.15. You'd be pretty pissed, right? Like, why did I miss out on that growth? I could have bought this for $40 in February when you were telling me it was overpriced and underperforming. And now it's trading at $240, $200 a share up from 3 months. I mean, I think sometimes you guys get lost in the minutia of how unreal this is. I have calls from February that are up like 1,200%. Like the intrinsic value is just through the roof. When is reverse repo released? I'm not gonna weigh in on the reverse repo thing. I don't know how much of it affects GameStop. Yeah, we're still currently above Monday's open. A little below now, but we were consolidating. We might move up some more too. Warren Buffett, Cox's Coca-Cola. Order book should be a call. Yeah. Oh. I was that's just for me like mousing through the options page. I'm not buying any options right now. If I buy an option on GameStop, it's going to be tomorrow morning. And I mean, you guys will know if I do. But it won't be today. I'll buy a 0 DTE like at 9 a.m. if I'm going to buy one this week, but I don't think I am. I still have one $800 call for the 16th, 17th, 16th. What date is it for? Hold on, I don't have my brokerage open right now. I think it's the 18th, 16th, July 16th. Fidelity showed negative 272K volume, red candle a few minutes ago. I've never noticed that before. I'm not sure what you mean. Send me a screenshot on Discord, Diggs. a month ago. The fucking stock started the year at like $18 a share. The growth is insane and it's stable, right? Like for the most part. Like we hit that low in February through the end of February into March, and then March up to like trading in the March through April, trading in the 100, like up with a high of 350, low of like 110, but mostly at like 150, $160 range, right? Now through June, we're trading above 200. I mean, like, you couldn't own a better stock just based on its fundamental performance long before you even get into the short squeeze. You guys wonder why I'm bullish even when we're down. Yeah, the rate of market return is between like 8 to 12%. 12% on like a great bull year, 8 on like a not so great year. So 600% return in a few months. I mean, has anything changed? Nah. Use a loofah to poke the price. All right. It's kind of hard to draw though. I don't really have like a good loofah color. Well, at a 13, how much is that? That's a $8 net positive per share, JFresh. So do the math and figure out how many fewer shares they would have to sell at a $8 overvalue. Just over $100 in 24 hours, and I barely bat an eyelid. It hasn't been 24 hours since it was at three. Well, it wasn't even at 350, but we're just over $100 down in a couple days. But that was just like one spike, right? We didn't trade at 344 for like an extended period of time. These VWAPs seem to drop a whole lot less on downtrends versus uptrends. Well, that's where the majority of volume is traded, is up here. There's been less volume traded down here. If more volume was being traded down here, it would drop faster. So volume weighted average price. Across the charts. Especially in the DD channel at Discord. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Diggs. I'll keep my name as Black Mark until the end of the week. For I own a loofah. Pretty sure what you just did is illegal. What did I do? DFE tweet. Oh, he's just being silly, guys. It's Blair Witch. Yeah. It's a fundamental type of estimate. It's like an actual analysis. Thanks, Secure, for getting rid of the shills. We've seen that SEC Rule 201 has been triggered for GME. Short sale restriction effect from June 10th to June 12th. Yes. SSR, is that what you're referring to, Benzman? SSR is triggered. We know that. Triggered today, as a matter of fact, so also will be in effect tomorrow. A boofa? Says a sell GME shares. The only people selling GME, they gotta pass. Yeah, it's from Blair Witch. I think he's just making fun. Like, if you go on, like, Wall Street, I think he's making fun of people on Wall Street bets. Because they're all like, it's going down. I don't understand how markets work. Yeah. Quad witching next week? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Fuck. I think it is. Dumb joke about loofah-based pickle manipulation. It's working. Closing in on CVVWAP. Really? Oh. Interesting, because of the offering. Curious. 15-minute. Ooh. Yeah, there's some arbitrage going on. Okay, that kind of also confirms the offering. That'll be interesting. Maybe I should buy an option now. Options. Give me calls. Let's see. God, I don't want to pay for the theta though. 270? 275. Where's the OI? Oh, the OI is super dry. 275 is okay. Let's sell this stupid cement crap. What? I haven't bought any of this. What the fuck? Really? They count them putting it into my account as buying it? That's stupid. $280? Just buy a 280. 250. What's my options buying power? Oh, okay. My funds still aren't settled? Jesus Christ. I have to go buy them somewhere else. Hold on. I'm buying 270s for tomorrow. Okay. So I bought 4 270s for tomorrow. That's what I bought. Don't copy my plays. As always, this one's super high risk. I do not suggest that anybody does what I do without understanding options very clearly and
the plays I make, even though I inform you of them, is just for transparency and not an indication that you should risk your own money. I am taking a $2,000 risk, and I do not recommend other people do that at all. Arbitrage is so you like CVV really measures this. So in Europe you have GSC2, and in the US you have GME, right? And say we're trading at 241 right now. And this is trading at whatever the conversion is, right? Now, if this is trading below or above whatever this conversion price is, then you have a difference between the two exchanges, right? And when the other exchange opens, that difference will balance out. And so essentially, like, there'll be a point at which you can buy US GME and then sell it for more, right? And so as those two prices close in on each other, like, say this is more, then this will go up to meet it, and this will go down. Ooh, I'm getting some serious lag on this. Epic pen. Get rid of that. You can also just look up arbitrage. It affects other markets generally more than stocks, but it's there on stocks as well. It's like a big deal in like Forex and commodities. A company, but that stood out. Look at the daily on AMD. Wyckoff. Kinda. Yeah. It does. That doesn't mean it's gonna revert to like $40 though. It's got a pretty strong resistance here in like the 70s. Like I'd buy more at like 75. I have some covered calls over there, but they're not hitting, so I'm not super worried about it. But yeah, a little bit. It does look a little bit like Wyckoff distribution. Well, these are 1 TTEs, as a matter of fact, VWAPs here. Just I understand what dates mean. Do they need to be in the money on that date to activate? No, Lewis. That's not how that works. If they're in the money, you can exercise them so that you can buy the underlying stock cheaper than for what it's trading at. But usually calls are just sold. The expiration date is the day that the contract expires and is no longer valid for those 100 underlying shares. Bragging to old poor people. Well, I mean, you guys know what the option costs. I told you which one I'm buying. But, like, it's a big risk, right? Like, I could easily lose all of that money. I just think that we're going to trade back into the channel and I can make profits off of the implied volatility as the price increases. More so than I'll lose on the theta. The fractional preferred shares. Possibly, Miguel. There's a lot of ways to, like, trigger a short squeeze, right? But based on the fact that they didn't declare like an over short position on the vote count, like I don't think that they're interested in being the ones to kick it off from a liability standpoint. So like I think that kind of rules out crypto dividends and preferred share dividends. If I lose money on this 270C, I'm gonna have to donate. Thanks, Danorama. Yeah, low DTE options, super, super, super risky. Like there is technically an above 50% chance that I will lose all the money I just put in. Or a big chunk of it. It's no, the 800 calls on 716, I think they're just trying to make money off implied volatility. I think most of the people that had them probably closed them on that run up to 344. Not 0 DTE, like 0.5 DTE. Synesthesiac. Well, apparently no one can over-report votes on 8Ks. Not really up to them. Yeah, but they could have said something in the shareholder meeting, Moonwen. They could have been like, oh, we received, more votes than the float. Can you draw Long Johnson for CLF to get to 24.5? What is CLF? Is that one that dude was like spamming in here yesterday? Don't buy shit that people are spamming in the chat. Cleveland Cliffs? Ew. This looks like it's on a downtrend. I don't know anything about this company at all. Vertically introduced. Oh God. They're a mining company? Good luck, man. Dr. K, come on. You've been in here long enough to know better. How much will I make if I succeed? I don't, more than I spent, but not much more. I bought them for $460 each. If we hit 270, I'll make a bunch. Like I'll make a good amount of money on them. Especially if we hit 270 quickly. If we don't, I'm just gonna lose, $1,840. They will print. I hope so. CLF was a solid 20% gain from yesterday. But now it's not, right? So that sounds like the window to exit the stock was missed out on. Right? There was a window, and anybody still holding it didn't get out of it. Yes, Lewis, I suggest that you fully understand options before even considering using leveraged positions. Like just don't even look at it until you fully understand how they work, the risk involved, how they're priced. Cleveland Cliffs is a mining company. Europe would not recommend. The company through fundamentals point to $25-$30 price at a minimum. There's a global steel shortage ongoing right now. Yeah, all right. There's a global everything shortage going on right now. Did WeBull block buying in January? Briefly, yeah. Witness Gaming, they did. They're an Apex broker. Apex blocked buying. They didn't block it all day like Robinhood, but they blocked it for about an hour and a half. Yeah, if we get an 8K saying they completed the offering, they will print. You're correct. I feel like they will, at least based on the last offering and the price action afterwards. Also, I do presume that we are going to return to the up channel, ideally tomorrow. CVVWAP is just an indicator that measures arbitrage between the two markets. If you don't know what arbitrage is, look it up. Look up everything. Everything in your life. If you don't know what it is, look it up. Because then you'll know, right? Think how much time in your life you'll save not ever having to ask questions about things you don't know twice. Oh, absolutely, Lewis. Yeah, that's a great idea. Make sure you understand them. There's tons of great resources out there to learn about options and, you know, acquaint yourself with them. Sure, for the 5 million they were unloading. They can't do it if the rocket takes off. I mean, they could. They just have to sell far. They don't have a limit. There's no maximum price that they can sell the shares at. It's just like that's the price they're assuming that they're going to sell the majority of shares at, and that's the amount of proceeds they expect to get from that sale. But it's not a strict limit, like we're only selling shares at 255. It's in Jeffrey's best interest to sell as high as possible in order to reap the maximum commission off of that stock sale. Oh, what's up, Jimmy? 1 second. Stream coming by. What? I don't know what you're saying there, Cody. That's also the one who blocked large disparities and limit order prices. I mean, a lot of clearinghouses will kick an order if the disparity is too great. That's not just Apex. That's all of them. They'll all kick it eventually. They may not do it right away, but like I can put in an order to sell my GME at like $150,000 a share right now, right? And like it won't get filled, obviously. It'll just get kicked, but it's harder than asking a YouTube streamer. Is it? I feel like so like if you ask me, like I expect people to ask me things that aren't like readily available on the internet. But like if you're asking me a definition, like you've got to wait for it to come up for me to get to it in chat and then hope I don't miss it and then like hope I give you a clear enough answer before moving on. There's so much risk involved with asking me the definition of something when you can just like type it into the Google search bar located on whatever computing device you're watching me on, and then just like you'll have the answer in a few seconds. So leave me to be with your rubber techie. So I'll chat about the move from Russell Index as a closeout. Thoughts on effects on GMA? Yeah, the ETF rebalancing is definitely going to be a net positive era. That's going to be a little later this month. It's going to create some volatility. It'll be a little shaky there, but I think ultimately we'll get a net positive. $25K and settled in cash and Fidelity as a cash account. Will trades be counted as day trades? If it's a cash account, you don't even have day trading. If it's a margin account, you have day trading restrictions. And yeah, if your balance is 25,000 at the end of the day, then you will not have any day trade restrictions placed on you. As always, consult with your individual broker on their rules, but that is the rule for PDT, which is pattern day trading. It only affects margin accounts. It does not affect a cash account. Cash accounts, however, have settlement periods. So they are not the most ideal for day. I use a cash account to day trade with, but my balance on my day trade cash account is high enough that I'm not worried about settlement periods. But if you're at 25,000, the settlement periods can really slow down your daily trading progress. So I hope that helps, Mason. Done. I feel like I'm finally home right now. I would like to have this done before X date. Yep, absolutely. Jimmy, can tell Jeffries to sell by X date to have the shares sold by a certain time. I mean, we're already at 13 million volume. We've got a significant amount of volume sold on OBV. I think we're good. I don't think we need to worry about anything here. I think they might have already sold it all, or real close to finishing up. Max Pain listed at 255. Okay, so we're slightly below Max Pain. Not a lot of options left. I'm sure a lot of people got out yesterday before earnings. Probably for calls on that last run up to 311. If that put any remaining options in the money, I'm sure a lot of people got out of those positions. Then, if anybody's going to set up a gamma ramp, they'll begin it tomorrow morning. When the options are at their cheapest because there are 0 days to expiry. Wow, I feel like I'm really reeling off the information today. I'm doing good. So I must have had enough caffeine this morning or something. Reading comprehension. I understand that reading comprehension is not most people's strong suit. Or, well, I don't know about most people. Some people. But, I mean, like, some of these questions are very short, simple definitions. Probably can also be found in video form. I don't know if I can, like, sometimes I don't know if I'm explaining it better than if you look it up yourself. Because, like, you might get a broader range of definition. Whereas if I define it, I'm only going to be defining it as it applies to GameStop, right? Because that's kind of what the stream is about. Unsub. Keister, you threaten that every day, yet you're still a member. It's just, I can't take it seriously, man. You got it, Ira. You have good faith violations. Yes. Do you think AMC's market cap has increased to a place where they caught up in the Russell rebalancing? Are they going to hold is the question I think you're asking. Still trading a ridiculous number of shares. I mean, yeah, currently their market cap's high enough. Oh, just ban the casino shill, dude. Just there. Or wait. Why can't I ban him? Oh, he's hidden. Okay. About I'm sure. Yeah, I understand, Mason. So I would Gamarant myself. Thoughts. You probably don't have the money. That's my thought. I guess you could do it if you want to throw like 10 million on options. No definition question here. Just notice me, Pickle Senpai. I see you, index fund investor. There's the most stocks dip on the Thursdays, Fridays every week. Why is it happening? Most people, because most schools in America are garbage. Yeah. Our educational system leaves a lot to be desired, unfortunately. But that's what happens when you don't pay teachers enough money and you have a country a large portion of the country that believes that ignorance is bliss. I'm not going to get into that. Further will it bounce by tomorrow? I don't think it's dipping much further. I think we've found a solid support. I think the at the money sale is about done, or almost, like, probably really close to done. If they announce it after market, we're gonna rock it tomorrow. If they're just like, oh, completed at 1.2 billion in the bank, let's go. Yeah, we're gonna rock it pretty hard. Pickle hitting that ban hammer. My PC keeps rebooting. I don't know if your PC being shitty is a indicator of MOASS. With you, but I've learned so much from your stream. The research I've done over the last 6 months, it helps to hear for sure. Helps everything click. Absolutely, man. I always try to help. I mean, I answer redundant questions all day, but I do feel like that people could get better information on their own sometimes. Days on loan tracking back to the price of GME on that day. A decent way to determine what price the majority of hedge funds shorted GME at. Could be. Hard to say. They can extend those contracts, so no. They can renegotiate them as they get deeper into the position. There's a lot of the problem. A lot of the problem with understanding the short position is there's no way to understand. Like, first of all, we have no information on what the actual short position is, and then also, in addition to that, the lender borrower agreements are like privately negotiated. These are all independent of one another. Every one of these contracts can have different terms that are set forth between the two entities, right? And so it's too many variables. Who did you vote for during the elections? Oh, I don't believe in the US government. Bo. If you've owned GameStop for 6 months and you still have a lot of faith in our government to be great, how? You ever play WoW? Nope. I stay away from things that are addictive. Or I try to. You ignored my movie themed GMEs. I think I read it, half row, so I didn't ignore it. You just weren't paying attention to me not ignoring it. You were ignoring me paying attention to it. Ignorance is knowledge. Well, I don't want to say that though. They are they are sufficiently satisfied by their ignorance of things. There's a resounding sentiment, especially in the U.S. educational system. As someone who's gone to school in multiple countries, it's really a stark contrast, unfortunately. But I fully believe that everyone is capable of educating themselves if they so choose. On insider Twitter post on Supersonic, someone claiming things are real bad at Citadel. Proof was a COVID mask with Citadel branding on it. Oh, first of all, very weird that Citadel would manufacture their own uh, surgical masks, but I don't know. I don't buy insider shit. Go find their LinkedIn, see if they work at Citadel, or there's some history. Like, you could dig into it and find out if they're actually an insider. Yeah, except nicotine. I know. One of my great regrets. Stocks are not an addiction for me. I don't know. I'm not like addicted to the idea of gambling. I don't even gamble. Like if I go to casinos and stuff, I don't gamble at all on YouTube. But I'm on YouTube. I'm not watching YouTube. Wolfie. I have more than 8 hours of trading left. It's Thursday. It's not a max price, Brosidon. That's just the price which it would have to be sold at for them to accrue that amount of capital. The capital is the goal. The price it sells at, mostly up to Jeffries. What's the new odd people man? Give a quick rundown of what went on today. We're down. GME sold a bunch of stock. We're trading sideways. It's almost done. Then we're gonna go back up. Chart upside down. Up $70 today. Bullish. Well, their Twitter seems legit. Goes back pretty far. Might be. Why would they tell us though? There's no incentive for these people to come forward and tell us. First of all, they're risking their career. They're risking litigation. They could just go to the SEC, collect tens of millions of dollars to risk all those things. They wouldn't be telling us about it, right? That's generally not how that works. Unless they're inherently dumb. Which that's definitely possible as well. That is but it's a less likely possibility. You mentioned a few times you not like OBV as an indicator. What do you make of today's price action compared to the rest of the days this week? I mean, there's a lot more selling going on. The rest of the week we were up, today we're down. I guess that's the comparison. I don't like OBV because it doesn't handle, like it throws false signals if you have lots of volatility, but we don't really have a lot of volatility today. We're just kind of straight down. So I was just looking at it to see shares sold on volume, which you can also just use VWAP for, right? Like VWAP's trending down. That means shares are being sold at lower and lower prices. But 254 seems to be the current average price of shares sold today. So I have a blackjack problem. Wow, what happened today? No big deal. We're just down a bit. Well, yeah, I've gone to casinos but not gambled. There's other stuff to do. Like I used to go to Vegas a lot. I never gambled though. I just get drunk and fucking do stupid shit. I have that same problem too, Victator. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can't beat the house on blackjack unless you count cards, which you could do, but you'll get thrown out really fast. I've tried. Um, poker, like if you're good at poker, you'll have a positive win rate, so it's not really that high a risk. But every other casino game, complete scam. They put it on Twitter and it was shared on Super Song. AMC versus Jimmy stock sales in terms of strategies, up or downsides. Well, AMC has released, like AMC has released 100 and what, like 115% of their float this year, and GME, if you go back to the original float, it's 53, has released like 14% of their float this year in shares. So that's the difference. I don't think I need to say much else about it. So what do I mean when it's say it's almost done? I think they're almost done selling the 5 million shares. Dylan. I mean, it's good for the company for them selling shares. I mean, not super great for short squeeze potential, but it's not enough to hurt it, right? If they were like, oh, we're going to sell 50 million shares at market, that would be a big problem, right? But that's not what they're doing here. They're releasing a small 10% share offering. I think they've sold almost all of the shares they're going to sell at this point, or very close to. What was GameStop's price for the offering? They had a goal of 255. Juicy Dip's looking still juicy. I don't know how much juicier it's going to get. I expect if they announce that the offering is complete after hours, the stock is going to shoot up. 5% inflation. Yep. I don't know, Jacob. Try it. No, there's no other logical explanation at this point. Also, with the arbitrage going on, that's indicated by CVVWAP, I would say that it's almost definitely GameStop selling shares. Like, I'm really certain. I don't want to say it's 100% because, like, I guess there's some anomaly where, like, 5 million retail shareholders have sold off their shares in chunks over the course of the entire day. But that's not how retail reacts to selling. Like, this isn't the way retail sells. This is institutional selling. You can tell it's like an attempt to keep the volume price high, right? This is how retail how institutional selling looks. When retail sells, it looks like that. So if you've been doing this a long time and you've seen institutional selling before, this is what it looks like. It's slow, it's methodical, and that's exactly what we have going on here. They already filed for the ability to sell it, SPAS A, B. The 8K is filed, and the 424 whatever 424B5 is filed. Keeps up selling the 5 mil shares. Yep. That is exactly what I assume, MDub. I'll find out if I'm wrong, but I'm really, really sure I'm right. Yeah, if 5 million shares killed the MOASS, there never was one. If that was the case, right? 5 million shares is not going to kill the MOASS. But going into yesterday, we're assuming a minimum of 140% of the float short, right? That's like 120 million shares short, right? So 5 million shares doesn't even put a dent in that. And based on the data that we do have, what we can hypothesize, the stock is far more short than that. And so, yeah, 5 million shares really doesn't do anything. I understand that they're real shares and they could be used to cover possibly more short positions, but even then, you can only do so much with 5 million, and it's not like short hedge funds are buying them, right? They didn't cover before; they're not going to cover now at 240 or 255 or whatever GameStop's target price is. We can announce about the dilution if they plan to keep some more shares. We're confident about them selling today. How will we know? We already know, Nick Rogers. We can already see it on the charts. This is the beauty of technical analysis that I think a lot of people miss, is that all the data plays out right here on the chart. 100% of all the data available. Even if you could somehow figure it out, even the short positions are there. The synthetic shorts, it's all there. Extrapolating it very hard, but it's there. The data is there on the charts. Just mayo everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, Jacob. I think we're gonna bounce right back, possibly higher. Because when they announce the sale, if the price is below their average price, institutions will jump in and try to buy at the cheaper rate. Possibly some of the ETFs that are going to be rebalancing soon. Oh yeah, they could be Hamlap. I think it's a very specific number of shares that they're releasing. It's either 10% of the float or possibly 1% of the synthetic float, right? They have the data. 1%'s not going to hurt the squeeze. And they know if they like destroyed the squeeze potential, they would lose. Like if we hold the float and they somehow destroyed the squeeze potential, they would lose almost all of their investors at once, right? They're not stupid. These are like they're not going to do that. That's why Adam Aaron keeps dragging his shit along, because they'd lose their entire investor pool all at once. They go bankrupt immediately. Should we get a pickle tail? Well, this pickle's taking a bath in some pickle brine. He's touching the stock with a loofah. This is customers to a very large extent. I think that's their number one reason for volatility, Stefan S. They're not gonna directly say that the stock is in the middle of a short squeeze. But it is, as we know, because we can go out to the daily and we can see it. Or the monthly, weekly, monthly. Look at that. Look at that beautiful, beautiful bull flag that we're in, guys. The short squeeze, in fact, has already started. They just stopped it. Scrub the stock a little. Scrubby, scrubby. Thank you, Johnny Diamond Hands. Calm minds do prevail. I'm still stoked. Bullish as fuck on this stock, guys. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, y'all know where I stand, right? Because, like, I've been sitting here for 6 weeks just raining the positive sentiment down on GameStop. Obviously, I'm a little bit bullish on it. So if you're new or you didn't know, I really like this stock, guys. I was cleaning off that dirty 230 dirt off the candles, trying to get them ready. The price has been playing around in the mud today. You got to clean it off. Don't we all stand with you? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think the worst case is this thing's worth $600 after a couple splits in 2 years. Simpleton, honestly. Like if GME issued a stock split right now, we'd be back in the 150 to 200 range in no time. The amount of FOMO that would come in on this would be insane. Dip DDs talked about before MOASS. No, this isn't. Those DDs were pure speculation, not based in any fact whatsoever. Besides, it happened once before, which is not statistically relevant, right? It's like, oh, well, I've researched short squeezes where there's absolutely no dip. The price is just trading sideways and then it rockets up. Will they announce their sell-off today or in a few days? I think they're already in the middle of it, hand in hand. Whoa, Black Betty. Okay, that's stuck in my head again. God damn it. Let's just remember we were trading at 132 and Pickle had a fluttering background that I'm pretty sure was the ghost of Kenny G. Thank you for the donation, Ryan. I appreciate that, man. Candles are pickle colored. They should be, right? Every time she comments, it's going to get stuck in my head from now on forever. It's a catchy song. No, don't change your name. That would ruin all the fun. It's a check Orf short squeeze. Don't care. Stits, but maybe. What's Orf? I don't even know what this is. Yeah, this looks like a short squeeze. Ooh. Goodness gracious. That's an interesting day. Started out today at $5. Is this a short squeeze or is this like a bio company? Could be active biopharmaceutical industry. This is bio. So this is both, right? Look at this price too. It's bullish as hell. $69.99. Interesting. No options. Yeah, not interested, but yeah, this is what happens when bio makes a good announcement. So bio, super risky, unless it pays off. Yeah, those look like halts. Those empty bars you saw were halts. Those like empty volume bars. Why isn't your name Hannah Banana? No, don't do that, because I like the song Black Betty. It's a great song. Shifts upwards tomorrow. It's up to you. U.S. inflation rates, jump stuff. Yeah, we know about the inflation. Everybody in this channel is very well informed of today's market news. It is a good example of what to expect. If anybody wants to take a look over there, I guess we could, right? We're not, GME's not doing anything right now. Even though I suspect this is a combination of short squeezes and really good information. So here's what happened. If there was a margin call on this, this was FOMO, right? Remember? So here's the lead up that I've talked about. The ascent. So here's upward pressure. This is FOMO. And this dip is like the FOMO dying off. And then this is what margin calls look like. Margin, liquidation. These are halts. No news on Orf. Well, it's going on, whether there's news on it or not. It's currently delisted. Is that what's happening here? But this is a short squeeze. Or, well, a squeeze. It could just, it could be a few things, but this is what a short squeeze looks like. And then this would just keep continuing, right? But see how there's like there's no, like, this is the point at which I'm leaving you guys, right? Because at this point, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. You just sit there and watch the chart. Clip it. All right. I'll clip it. There's so many clips today. I'm going to spend my entire evening editing videos now. Orf. All right. That's now also clipped. So cool stuff there. Screenshot that or whatever. Fun in the tub. Rubber ducky. Back to the stock I care about. No. Stop that. It's a loofah, Oben Mark. Chachi, you're on fire today? I guess so. I feel on fire, you know? Like I feel very in the zone. New low. Whatever, Faisal. Who cares? 2 Mondays ago we were trading at 280. Just be happy that we're up. You say loofah, I say market manipulation. Loofah, market manipulation, whatever. Worker going wild on Twitter. This gets funnier every day. Maybe they got fired. They're gonna get sued. Sued big time. Is Pickle salting himself? He is. He's in a brine bath. 180. I said 180, Jonathan. Don't start shit with me. We were at 180 a week ago. I meant 180 when I said 180. Wait, did I say 280 this time? Ah, whatever. Fuck it. I don't care. It's just numbers. Squeeze 8 squares. You said 280. All right. Well, I meant 180. See, now I'm like locked in mentally at 200. You guys don't have to read the fucking price 400 times a day. I do. Yeah, listen to what I mean, not what I say. I don't like it when I say the word squoze, but it's such a good word. 400 and 400.01. What? You saw greed 7 minutes ago or 8 minutes ago? You sound like my parents. That's because I'm in here babysitting a bunch of apes. Oh, for those of you guys listening in, trading at 229. Ook, ook. Yeah. And Dan's. It's not an egg pickle. God, it's in a bathtub. Hand Banan, I expected you to get it. Everyone. I'm just disappointed. That's all. Why act like it's a burden when you could turn off stream and leave at any time? I was being sarcastic, say sorry. Why act like a dick? There's a better question. Looks like a toilet to me. I never said I was an artist. It's brine. It's not an egg. It's not pea. It's pickle brine. It's pickle juice. Sweet, sweet pickle juice. Salty, sour pickle juice, but same thing. Should add some pickle toes. I probably should. I'm scared of this normal market behavior. You'll be fine, Spartan. You've got gumption. Joe Valente, thank you so much for the donation, dude. Worst people I've ever seen. Thanks, Parrish. Any thoughts on the 3,000 calls at 400 bought about an hour ago, expiring tomorrow? Bullish. Also, probably really cheap. Cheap gambling. This is compulsive gamblers buying lots of 1 day to expiry options way out of the money. I do think there's a play there though. They're expecting it to bounce. I bought one contract. Ew, apple cider pickles sounds disgusting. Casino bus today or nonstop. Yeah, we're getting popular as a cure. I'm gonna have to make some new mods soon. But honestly, you're the you know what? I know what to do here. I think I've made a good decision yet again. Han Banan. Welcome to the moderator family. This is how we roll in here. You don't get a choice. Now you can't change your name. It's locked in. Everybody, you can begin the Han Banan Black Betty chant now. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Karen, thanks for the sanity. Thank you for the donation, Karen. I appreciate that. I'll be right back, guys. You're welcome. And I'm back. What's up, guys? Still going down? I want to buy another option. On Reddit post, Gherkin suggested Jimmy might be doing their at the money offering based on the amount OBV was moving. Is there any other logic than that? Jamie A, no, I don't think so, as this is not the way like retail sells off, right? This is obviously like very coordinated selling over a drawn out period of time in order to maximize the potential gain on a large position. Yeah, Zakir's wife has been a mod for a while. She's busy with the little like Zakurites, Zakuritals, Zakurinis. This is GameStop selling shares. Shorting doesn't look like this. I fixed the tub for you guys that are being driven, quote unquote, nuts by it. Put some bubbles in there. Hoosiers. Zerglings? No. Zuccherinis. Zugrats. That works too. We know. That's why we can welcome our new moderator, Hanbanan, in here to give Zakir a hand. She had no choice in becoming a mod, but I think she's going to do great. Why did I sell my call before earnings? Why? Isn't that what I like heavily implied yesterday, Jamie? I don't know why you didn't, man. You got balls of steel. That's why I diamond handed to a fault. I should sell off this quickly. It's clearly hurting the share price. But not really. And they don't care, Dan Matthews. That's not what it's about. Jim Henline, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate that membership. You get access to like a whole slew of pretty dope emojis. I'm considering adding the bathing pickle. You guys let me know if you want the bathing pickle as an emoji. He's had a rough day, but we're still above 200, you know? I've frequently thought about modding a Dan in order to create or will destroy their commune, you know? Because then I would elevate one above the rest, and then the rest would get jealous, and you know, capitalism would take a hold. No, there'll be no more Harambes. The Dans killed him. He got put down. He fucking ruined the stock. I do have a hand now. Mod the Queen Dan. No, that gives them too much concentrated power. Don't diss the Dans. Do you have an estimate how much GameStop managed to sell today so far? 20, 50, 90? I think most, if not all of it, has been sold at this point. It will destroy all of YouTube. Your power hour is going to be insane. Exponential floor. Not relevant, guys. Whatever price the like whatever like TA confirms the price we're moving towards, like whether it's expo floor or like Elliott wave or just like fundamental TA, like what I do, like all of these predicted before today are going to be wrong because none of them took into account a share offering, right? So don't try to hitch your wagon to like whatever the next best prediction is, right? Because that doesn't make it right. Because none of them factored that in. Mine didn't. The Elliott wave guy didn't factor it in. The exponential floor guy didn't factor it in. Maybe. Warden knew. Well, Elliott was wrong. We're below 238. Well, if the exponential floor is anchored on a certain price point, it'll just always move to the right, right? So to technically never be wrong. Like if you anchor the line you draw on your charting software. Elliott Wave has math that backs it, Logan. It's just, it doesn't work on certain stocks. Elliott Wave should not have worst cases, though. It should be within a defined range. That sounds edited, because all I heard earlier was 238 at the lowest. Now I want it to hit like 218, so everyone's wrong equally. I can go back and edit my posts and change the values too, I guess. No one could have predicted this. They literally got announced yesterday and then sold today. The question is, how does this play out afterwards, right? That is correct, Jonathan. All I said was sub 300, you cheesehead. Share offering lowers price, allows institutional buying and retail FOMO because lower entry as a catalyst to MOASS. Cohen is a genius. Possibly. He is the chairman of the board, so he did approve the share dilution. Who knows? Alternatively, Cohen's a billionaire and he doesn't really give a shit. Do you agree with my thesis? I don't know what your thesis is, Flaming Cat. Is Orf short squeeze? I think so. Something weird going on there. It looks like one as far as like charting it would go. We covered that earlier. I made a clip of it. I'll post it this weekend. Make sure if you guys aren't that you're subscribed so you don't miss it out on any of the content, as my video editing skills are improving. And that means more videos. I'm going to make a lot more videos because making videos easier than writing 10 pages of shit on Reddit. Although I will continue to write 10 pages of shit on Reddit. Starting the MOASS without getting accused of SEC. Could be. I mean, the ultimate benefit to GameStop and like Cohen and everyone is to for the MOASS to occur is to get the shorts off the stock. To get all those synthetic shorts out of the float and have the stock realize its true value. So they do benefit from it. Just not in the same way that we do. Or if just keeps hitting halts. Looks like a short squeeze to me. Or something. It's like, it's a combination of things probably, but super tiny market cap, yeah. The lower the market cap, the more likely that kind of shit is to happen. That's why GME is such a good contender for a short squeeze compared to all these other meme stocks. It's because out of all of them, besides COS, it has the lowest float. COS, unfortunately, does not have options, so it can't be leveraged. Lowest form of what? So in conclusion, buy, hold. What's the point of... The point of DD is for understanding, right? To educate people on why you buy and why you hold. While some of us may simply be happy carrying a mantra around, some of us prefer to know why. How is VWAP? Not just VWAP. Austinadian Ape, thank you so much for becoming a member, dude. But without the DD, would we know that this is happening? I think not. Remember that the whole buy and hodl thing, like, I respect it. It's correct. But I like there's a part of me that like hates the lack of depth, right? Like if that works for you, if that's all that needs to run through your head for this to work, awesome. Good for you. I don't work that way. I need to know every last thing there is to know because I have to. I can't understand wanting to be part of a thing or believing in a thing and knowing nothing about it. It's just ignorance. And ultimately, this is an intellectual endeavor. Hmm. No, the Dans buy and hold and do Dan things. Because I feel like, well, I also feel like the people that just buy and hold without understanding why, right? They know the basics, they know the thesis. They're the people most likely to be afraid when the MOASS happens. I think the people that have no understanding are going to be the people that paper hand first. They also make us seem like a bunch of cultists. Everyone's like, oh yeah, these guys are just like buy and hold, buy and hold, buy and hold. They chanted at each other all day. But like behind all that horse shit, there's a real good thesis on the stock and why you buy and hold it. I'm not a Taurus, Donathon Coalmaster. Let's see if you can guess what I am. Pickle's face needs more detail. Also, inside info, Long Johnson incoming. We've been consolidating pretty much around the same price point for a while now. Dan Can Idaho wins the contest. I'm not an Aries. Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio. Dan Can Idaho already got it. How does the brine get in there? I can add taps. Give me a minute. Can Banan nailing her new moderator job. You'll get used to it. I'm sure Zakir has like a notepad just going with all his things he pastes. She just had a ton of responsibility thrust on her without asking at all. So be fair to Hand Banana, guys. But us in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All the halts are on pharmacy companies. There's some sort of news, bio news today about something. And also, like a lot of bio companies, like cheap penny stock bio companies, they're probably walking around with a decent amount of short interest on their shoulders. We need to discuss something actually important before you call me your friend. Have I been downgraded from best friend? If so, do I have to breakdance fight to get that back? Well, I want to see a breakdance fight. And Banana's not a Dan. Otherwise, she'd be Dan Badan, right? Thanks for making this day a lot more enjoyable. You got it, Daniela. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Han is Dan opposite. She's Dan opposed. Daniela, that's our queen. You guys are, you know what the Dans are? The Dans are the little aliens in Toy Story and the claw machine. And they're like, ooh. That's the best analogy I've heard so far for the Dans. The claw. 5 million. They have sold by now. Can we work it out for volume? I mean, no, but most likely close to all of it. We're starting to move much more sideways. I would say that they're wrapping it up now. New to WeBull for tracking price. Thanks to you. Oh, thank you. And I'm wondering if there's a way to check total current day stock sold. Default order flow tab shows dollars. You could divide that by average price over the course of the day. That's tough. That's a tough one. Well, it says here 12.35 million large orders sold, or $12.35 million in large orders. Yeah, I don't know. You can wait for market close and get the data sell versus buy ratio for the day. You can just look at the candlestick and that'll tell you after the market closes. You could take it out to like the 1 hour time scale and add it up from the candlestick data. A little harder to do, but oh my god, the Dans are rehypothecating queens. They're spreading. They're starting a new hive. Just say no to math. Still a Scorpio. Why does everyone keep suggesting more astrological signs for me when I've already said what I am? Thank you, and keep on keeping on. Will do, man. Gap filled to 217? Maybe, Victor. I have no idea. No. I mean, if there's a gap to fill there, no. First repo. Queens of the Dans. Yeah, we could see a bounce near close. We could have like power hour could be pretty interesting. While it might not be. Prices reach the 20 moving average on the 1 day chart. That's a weird one to look at. Yes, why not? Is there odd call puts for tomorrow at 400? Apparently a big call order went in at 400 strike entropy today for the 1 DTE strike tomorrow. Not a Gemini. God. Are you trying to tie my birthday into DFV's birthday? I can be a mama hand. Love you, Pickles. So this rather negates that GameStop has shares to end the infinity squeeze thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, if they're selling the shares. I mean, unless they have some left over. Like, if they raise the 1.2 billion and still have shares, like, whatever the difference is. Like, say they sell 440,000 or 4.4 million shares, right? For their $1.275 billion. Like, they still have 600K shares they can sell. So they can hold those for MOASS, maybe? And then just be the richest company ever? It's a possibility. That's what I'd do if I was chairman of the board. I'm not DFE, and it could be a triple bottom. Tans are many. Tans are tan. Pandemic. By chance, do you know if CLNE also did their share offering since the price dropped? I don't know. Why did CLNE even have earnings? So I sold mine right here at like $13 before close because I don't want to carry them overnight. But they might go back up again. I don't know. Today's a weird day, like kind of across the market, right? I didn't miss any. Okay. My headphones are out. They just died. Hand Banan breaking out the ban hammer. I banned him, Han. But yeah, if anything like that, you can just ban them. Like any casino shill bullshit like that, yeah, just ban them. Don't even time them out. Just ban it. Is this the same triple bottom we saw earlier in the 260s? I hope not. I mean, the one in the 260s was a triple bottom too, but there's like no buy pressure. So we just dropped. And now shills ban hammers. Well, you know, they'd want to capitalize on this, right? But it doesn't really look like they have. They might have like a little here You have to remember the shorts, they don't have a lot of ammo anymore, guys. They're real weak. I don't know what you're talking about, Dan Matthews. Triple bottom from triple top. Well, triple top is pushing into a resistance line. So we're on a resistance at 220. I just don't have it drawn. But a triple bottom is when it bounces off that, like the support 3 times, and a triple top is when it bounces off resistance 3 times. One is supposed to go up, one is supposed to go down. They have a failure rate, but that's essentially how it works. It's basically what it means is that like buy pressure is weakening on a triple top, and sell pressure is weakening on a triple bottom. But they can fail and then continue to a lower resistance. Trading way below VWAP feels like April. And we're not way below. VWAP's 247. We're at 218. It's fine. Oh, wait. Is Elliott Wave wrong now? We just traded at 218.55. Elliott Wave's also wrong. Haha. Elliott Wave and exponential floor theories also disproved by this unpredictable event. Who could have thought? And I predicted 218. No, we might drop lower. How do you do resistance lines in WeBull? I've been drawing them by hand. Well, you can draw them by hand. But over here, if you go to drawings and you go to trend lines, you can select different types of trend lines. There's vertical, horizontal, ones that you can draw. There's extended. There's rays. All of these can be used, and you can doodle on your charts with them. Have fun with that. It's exciting. I think we've said 209. I was supposed to kiss my ass, Carl. Elliott Wave. Elliott Wave keeps changing. It's been 3 ultimate, like, maximum bottoms today now. It was 238, then it was 219, and now it's 209. Elliott Wave's the ultimate predictor of stock movement. Yeah, it doesn't pick up the pop-ups because it's window capture, and for some reason WeBull creates new windows with its drop-down menus. Is this Australian Power Hour? You could transfer some of them, Noah. I only have like a small portion of my shares on WeBull. Most of mine are with self-clearing brokerages. To be able to apply to GME. I think typical theory and market mechanics aren't able to be applied to GME, so Elliott won't work. I disagree with some of that. I think long-term trends play out really well on GME. I think intraday trends not so much, which is kind of where Elliott Wave has a bit of a weakness here. Like future predictive indicators, obviously. Ooh, 214. Make it stop. No. There's no gap at 209. How to confirm for what you should have done in the past but didn't do. Elliott Wave's really accurate on certain stocks. I'm not saying it's a completely useless. I just don't think it works well on GameStop. From what I've seen. I don't do Elliott Wave, but it's not like something I'm super interested in. I've tried it out before, so like I have an understanding of it. But I hope GameStop has something special up their sleeve. DFC says he's feeling woozy. Tell him to buy the dip. He's got money. Crayons. All right. So new target 212. I play this game all day. No one saw it coming. No technical analysis has this factored in. It's very simple. But after this dip, I don't want to hear any more, oh, when's there going to be a dip? This is a dip. Nice. Ban hammer. It'd be hand bama. Jamie A, that's hard to say. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. That's a lot of red. That's a fair amount, Austin. Well, can you let me $20? Do you like movies about gladiators? You're not the only one, Scott Smith. Oops, MOASS, my bad. Why are you hiding it? What flow? You're talking about my hair? Because I hate it. I hate it. I want to cut it all off. It gets in my mouth when I'm sleeping. It's bullshit. That's cool, Victor. We'll pick you back up. Don't worry. No one's shaking paper hands right now. This is just GameStop selling their shares at market to raise money. He's a hair tie while I'm sleeping, Chance? I do remember the pre-rocket dip. This is not that, but yeah, it looks like it. Walking dad jokes. It sure as hell looks like it. We're gonna need a war pickle at the start of stream tomorrow. Our fight to reclaim the throne is gonna be lit. It's gonna be a pretty cool day, I think. I'm stoked for tomorrow. Especially if they announce it tonight. Like, if they're just like, oh, okay, guys, one day we got 1.2 billion, let's go. Like, how many companies make $1.2 billion a day? Not many. I don't want hair in my mouth, but I also don't want the hair. 2 shares at 285. You could have bought 265 at 215. Oh, I don't care. I don't feel sad. I bought 2 at 300 yesterday. They're now my 2 most expensive shares of GameStop, which I'm not particularly happy about. But it's okay. Even on here, my cost average is really low, and this is like my highest cost average out of all my accounts. Because like 35 of these I just bought before I started streaming. Just so I'd have some in here. So I could show everyone I got some skin in the game. Resolve strengthens me. Good, Isaiah. I hope it does. My resolve... I've got diamond hands. Do you? Make it a competition. Yes, sir. Hours up. Did we fill the gap? I don't know. Was there a gap to fill? Oh, thank you, Secure. Marion, if you're looking for that exit strategy info, Secure just posted it there for you in the chat. There's a printable version and the video DD. If you have any issues with reading comprehension, I make those every week to help people out with that. Also, sometimes just that wall of text, I get it. So the bath pickle has been a curse all day long. I don't think it's his fault. I think if anything, the bath pickle has done excellent work for us. Inside info tells me they finished the share offering. What would it look like if retail was selling? It would just look like it would just look like this. Like if retail was selling, it would just go like that, straight down. And then shorts would jump in and they'd be shorting it. It's kind of risky to short if you suspect that a lot of people are buying, right? Like that might be why we haven't seen a short attack today. Because like if a lot of people are buying the stock at or near market, right? Which is the case. Because if we look, it's like 659.55 million dollars have gone into GameStop today. And so if you short into that, like you could just run into like a bunch of buying pressure, right? It's risky, very risky. Like if I was a short right now, I'd be very afraid of like a bear trap. So that's probably how they're playing it. I'm sure some day traders are shorting today. And if they have, they've probably made some decent profits. But they'll buy back in. Build my order at 213. Yes. Awesome, dude. What's the offering tonight or maybe next week? Tonight or tomorrow after market. Depending on when they're ready to announce it. The sooner they announce it, the better. If they announce it tonight, I'm pretty stoked. That bath is full of bath salts. Bath pickle looks blissful. He is. It's a chill day, guys. That's what the completion of the stock offering. Magic Messiah. So the lower you short, the easier you get in trouble. Think of the original Jimmy shorts at 5. Yep. Yeah, I'd also be, if I was a short, like with all the good news, like I'd be very afraid of like a bounce and a run up. Isn't that at the money offering? Well, it's institutional selling, Mike Chirk. So, one way or another. I mean, the money offering is the institutional selling we know of. So it generally, if there's a logical conclusion to be drawn, that's probably where you should start your thesis. But this all started when you drew legs on your bath pickle. I think there's a correlation between that and you're a Capricorn. Oh, it's mandatory that once it's complete, they announce it. It's a SEC filing. It's also just good news, right? Like, hey, look at us. We got $1.3 billion. It's good PR.
So if any institutions were, scared of getting their toes wet, now you have a company with a super huge potential that's also sitting on $2 million in cash or $2 billion in cash. Can you check this rash? I can't. I mean, I could send me a picture of it. I'll Google it, let you know what I think it is, and then go see a medical professional that can actually diagnose it. I wasn't gonna buy anymore, but I got one at 213. Once MOASS happens, we can say that too. What? See a medical professional? Or you can see a medical professional after MOASS. Not medical advice. Medicine-tainment. Yeah, this is definitely institutional selling. I've seen it happen on lots of other stocks before. This is a very common pattern. There's nothing to worry about. We will most likely refill any losses from today rather soon. It's not ammo, Kyrie. This is not a short attack. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Like this, there's a little selling going on, but not much. The buy sell's actually pretty even. Also, VWAP is like at 244.50. So the stock that's been sold today is the majority of it has been sold above 240. Do we hit 200 ever? Maybe. You did great, Hand Banan. Medical professionals speak with a registered doctor. The first time today since 260, expected to be down 90% on options. They've stabilized and didn't dump as hard as I thought. Yeah, the IV is still really high, I think, because they expect, like, I'm surprised that the IV is still really high actually, but yeah, I think like everyone just expects a big bounce. Every time Jimmy goes down hard, it bounces right back and refills generally. I said generally twice. Forward flow distribution is 52.76%. The volume around is 19 million. Does that mean we can work the sell volume out? Yeah. Nope, you got it, Jark. That is correct. You can break. All the information's always there. You just have to sometimes do a little math to get it. Diamond Hand stress test. I don't know why people are stressed right now. I feel great. This is just more good news for Jimmy. I know a lot of you are scared because like you hear like AMC tubers, which is what I'm going to call them from now. Popcorn tubers. Poobers. Poobers. Um, Telling you how great AMC's stock offerings are right before the price crashes, but this is not the same scenario. This is a bunch of good news for a great company. It's not going to stop the squeeze. How are you differentiating between a short attack and GameStop selling their new shares? Short attacks are a steep decline in price. This is not. This is a slow, steady, methodical selling of shares at the highest possible cost average. Hence why our VWAP is so high, right? VWAP, no dips. See how it's a nice, slow, steady decline? So this is just institutional share selling at its finest. Institutions do not dump shares unless there's like some sort of emergency or crazy shit has happened or the market's crashing.
They sell slowly in order to achieve the highest possible median price. Because if you just dump 5 million shares at market, you tank the price of the stock, right? I'm not Zen. Thanks, I did a maths. Cool, man. It was poobers. Like popcorn YouTubers? Patubers? Yeah, poobers. Who's did Jimmy get new shares to sell? Yeah. Are they finished selling? Maybe. We're going to go back up when they do. That's how you'll know. The stock will go up, and it'll go up probably pretty quickly. Pickles will be tickled. Dreams will become memes, and attendees will be reaped from the fields in which they have been sown for so long. Came out of my coma. Did you say you thought Jimmy may have sold the 5 million shares? I think, yeah. It could be nearing over or almost over. Why would they sell it smaller batches? Well, they might want the money right away, right? I have a feeling that GameStop's going to start moving a lot quicker now that Cohen's officially in his seat and the CEO and CFO have been named. They're going to start making faster, bigger, faster moves. Not so much sitting around. I think they're done sitting around now. Maybe we're just seeing a lot of green. That's okay, man. You'll get it back. Oh, it's weeks 150, 180. A few more weeks of May is nothing. Exactly. If you go back up, Bath Pickle needs a party hat. Done deal. Almost 20 million volume. I may have actual real shares. Yeah, think about that too. Think about how many shares currently need purchased to cover existing synthetic longs by just broker dealers that need to cover, like people like Fidelity and WeBull and Robinhood that need to get real shares into the account for their holders. Not that Robinhood's going to get real shares for anybody, but you never know. Just like NSYNC says, bye, bye, bye. Can they make up 27%? Let's find out. Bullish. Oh. Holy shit, my options are like almost in the money. This is the old ascending scallop pattern for my second stream ever. Yes. 10 to my child. Child. What are you talking about? Oh. No, it's... Everything's gonna be okay, Vester. It's a good stock. It'll do what you want it to. For those of you listening in, from a low of 211, we're now trading at 220. Awesome, Matt. That's what I'm here for, man. Leading literally a legion of apes to diamond-handed bliss. Speech. I already did speeches. 304.20 close. That'd be amazing. No, I already got the 304.20. I was early, but I wasn't wrong. The 304.20 happened that day, basically right after the market closed. I think within 8 minutes. Per dollar than any other investment ever, right? What's my cost average? 97.20 for the stock I own. Jax S. What's your new end of week position? No idea, man. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Zoom in. Is it time? Reddit down. I don't know. Is it? Ugh, you guys want me to zoom in on this? Some volume there. Thoughts on people buying 17,800s? Ugh. How much are those right now? They're still really expensive. Or 18,800s. Are they gone? Oh no, I'm looking on the wrong day. Hold on. They're a little cheaper right now. I don't know. I have one still. I have one left. Yeah, SSR's on for tomorrow. Reddit's dead. Okay. Well, that's what we're here for. One of the other benefits to having this stream is due to Reddit's constant failures, we can still know what's going on. Oh no, I still have my 270 calls for tomorrow. They are up a little right now, though. And now they're back down. And they're up, and they're down. And they're up, and they're back down. Oh, they're up. They're going up. And back down. Reddit is not down. Just because Reddit's not down for you doesn't mean it's not down in another region. Reddit down for me. I have no Reddit. So there's that. My Reddit is down, Danorama. Not misinformation. Fact. Oh yeah. CDN was unable to load servers. Yeah, Reddit down. East Coast. Down in Sweden. Dan's, don't waste your energy on Reddit servers. Just use it on the stock. We're here in Kentucky, unlike our residents. East Coast Reddit up. Alright, my Reddit's down. Mine's not even up on old Reddit. Top is up. Two birds or a child? Neither. Up here from here, Pickle Rick. I don't know. I don't know if they're done selling. We had some nice positive pressure there. I'd be very happy closing the day at 220. It's in upstate New York, but it's not fully functional. Okay, Moderna. Vaccines. Reddit works for me. $220. Happy. Yeah. Why not, Sunday? You want to close at 200? I'm up more than 100%.
on all of my GameStop stock combined. So yeah, 220. I don't care. Cancel 215. It filled at 218. Yeah, I think we're gonna go back up. If they're done selling, we're gonna go back up. But I suspect they might be done. Look how they massacred my boy. Orf is $20 now. All right. We've crossed the orange line on the 5 and 15-minute CVV. Okay, it's you gotta hit the red line though. We haven't hit the red line. Where's the guy who YOLO'd at the peak of Orth? Is there that guy? This is dry off, get his shit together, and get back to work. Today is bath day, guys. Hot tub brine machine. Oh, that's right. I promised something, and I forgot. Is that a toaster? For today is boof day. What is Pissy Bath Pickle holding though? It's a loofah. I don't have brown as like a crayon option, so it's the best I could do. Or like muted brown color, like sponge colors. Those, so yeah. Use your imagination, man. Your opinion, do you think this was all 5 million shares today? Yeah, it looks like it. Stephen Daniel. Triple C plus. Let's see how long that lasts. I thought it was a cigar. It's whatever you want it to be, Jared. Put the loofah on a stick. Maybe. But that's like another color I don't have, right? Then I gotta have 2 shades of brown. Big wet cigar. If it goes any lower, I'll poof a coconut. Don't say that. Like any lower than the current price it's trading at? Because there will be proof or ban, right? A bathing pickle needs a cocktail. It's dangerous, you know that, right? Taking a hot bath with alcohol in your bloodstream. Why is this? I just woke up. Why is the stock this low? GME has sold 5 million shares, raising a bunch of, well, most likely sold 5 million shares, raising a bunch of capital. Yeah, flash sale. Hope nobody here FOMO'd at 80. I didn't. Nice pickle juice martini. Tub martini. Stop the selling. All right, Danorama getting ready to boof a coconut. Good luck, Danorama. That sounds awful. I don't know what you're talking about, Jason Dirt. When I would have had 5 million shares, I would have sold as well, so no hard feelings. What have I done? Well, you've said you're gonna boof a coconut. You can post the video on the general chat. And don't try to like do it with an almond joy or something and be like, oh, it's made out of coconut, because that's lame. Time to boot at Jason Dirt. I don't. Why? What did he say? So we got child something. This is the dip for our attendees. What? We have 300 people who haven't hammered that thumbs up button? Oh. And Bonanza on it. I don't need to tell people. Oh, come on. We don't even have 1,000 likes, guys? 1,300 people in here? Are you not entertained? I drew you a fucking pickle in a bathtub. Hit the like button. Did smash it though. Pickle Maximus next. Liking because the stress of drawing that pickle must have been hard. Thanks, Anners. It would be cool if we're above. How does Pickle Financial only have 4.8k subs? I don't know. People don't want to see all my excellent content coming out, I guess. Their loss. But just remember, guys, Matt Kors has like 300,000.
So where do you want people getting their GameStop information from? That's what that subscribe button means. They can't handle the booth. It was just at like 2K subs last week. Wish I had calls on my subs. 300K what? Yeah. You're probably better off for not knowing that. I subbed you on 13 of my alt accounts. Why do you have so many? Call my sub grinders. That's a different app, Seacraft. I've never seen a single share of GME in Matt Kors' account. I've only seen call options. No concerns, Jacob. All good. Clement to you regarding CVB up. I don't think the NYSE gray line deviating toward the lower price had much significance to the squeeze. I mean, any arbitrage of great enough value can have significance. As arbitrage is recovered, one value will rise up to meet the other. So I'd imagine because NYSE is down, GSC2 is up, that NYSE will go up and GSC2 will come down. Right? You know, just the way arbitrage plays out. So if nothing else pushes us up, arbitrage will. Any thoughts on Fisker? Very interesting. You know, I know a couple people actually who work there. Interesting company. Near term, maybe like a good long term play. They're well run. I know that much from my friends that work there. I like Fisker invested. Overpriced cars, but yeah, very cool looking. Pretty good quality as far as I understand. Now they had some issues a little while back with people's garages lighting on fire, but you know, cost of doing business. Will there be as much resistance at say 220, 230, 240, 250 as we originally had, or have those resistances changed? No change. But did we have a lot of resistance? I mean, we went from like 180 the week before last all the way up to like 340 and pretty quickly. GameStop just announced Gamecoin. I'm waiting for them to announce $1.3 billion. I'm going to go buy some Gamecoin, though. FOMO on Gamecoin. Bag holder at Fisker at 25-ish, but I think there's long-term potential. Yeah, I do too. I agree. I've done some DD on that company. They're solid. I think long-term, they'll probably get bought out by somebody because they have like very interesting tech. No, they didn't. What? They didn't announce Gamecoin? Aw. New name for their rewards. Oh. Lame. Sure not thinking of Tesla? Yeah. I'm sure I'm not thinking of Tesla. As far as the cars lighting on fire, they've both done it. The Fisker Karma, I believe it was called, had some issues lighting on fire several years ago. If we end above 230, can tomorrow's drawing be a pickle queen with a pretty crown? I'll think about it. I haven't been doing enough. Well, there's nothing to say that this pickle isn't female. Right? It's very hard to gender a pickle. They are amorphous. Will shares have to be bought back if Jamie goes to Russell 1000? What's the process? Well, shares have to be recalled by the 2000 ETFs that have them shorted, and then some shares will be transferred to, the like Vanguard and BlackRock's Russell 1000 ETFs. And then some will be bought and some will be sold. But lots of volatility. I think overall positive, as Jamie's value is now higher and thus will be weighted more heavily, which means more shares of it need to be purchased in order to correctly weight the index. Pickles can either a pickle or a pickle. They don't ascribe to our gender norms. Non-binary pickle. Jimmy is selling 5 million shares at the money resulting in this dip. I do, Sebastian. That is my thesis, and I am sticking to it. Female opera pickle. Interesting. It's got a week or so left, and it's wandering around right at the money. What do you watch for to drive the price of the option, one way or the other? A spike. I got like a good run should if that option's like already like near the money right now, a good run will definitely pick the value up a lot. Just notice the faucet on the tub. Banksy confirmed. We need a banana pickle. We probably do. My original like YouTube icon was a peeled pickle. Like it had like a banana peel, but it was a pickle. But it kind of just looked like a penis. So I got rid of it. And then I got the little angry slug pickle. Wow. Female Valkyrie pickle? What do you guys think I am? I'm not Picasso. How about a hand banana pickle? A banana pickle? I'm gonna go watch Childish Gambino after all this Fisker talk. No pickle genders, only sweet sour mixture of both. Pickles, bananas and pickles, very phallic. Yeah, they are. And then I combined the two. Piccolasso. Antigo Montoya pickle with a sword. You've killed my stock. $27% in 3 minutes. End of day. Really unlikely. I'll be happy with the close above 220. Set us up for a nice run tomorrow. We might see some growth in after hours as some of the losses from today fill in. We got 1 minute left, guys, and then I will be heading out for the day. I've had a lot of fun hanging out with all of you. I hope I helped you calm and kept your faith in the stock alive. As always, if you have not liked, subscribed, please do. It helps the channel out a ton. It gets more diamond-handed apes in here and helps calm them down too. And if you guys want to support the channel, there's a Ko-Fi link down below. You can also become members and join us for our weekly members-only stream, which will be this Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Nick, thank you so much for the donation, man. The one from Monday. Well, see you guys all tomorrow. Have a great night.